Good morning. Welcome to Wantage Road, and apologies for the delay. Just a few gremlins in the system this morning. But my name is Dan Jadzovic, and I am here for you all day for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint match between the Sunrisers and the South East Stars here at Wantage Road. So I am 1 over late, so I apologise, although the score is unaffected, which is the most important bit. And opening the bowling from the David Capel end, we will have Tash Farrant for the South East Stars. On strike, Amara Carr. Slight change for the Sunrisers today. One change from their victory last time out at Kidderminster. Tash Farrant comes into bowl. That's left alone and signals as a wide. So the one change for the Sunrisers from their victory against the Central Sparks at Kidderminster last week is that Ariana Dowse makes way for Amu Suran Kumar. And therefore, as you can see by the pictures on your screen, Amara Carr is opening the batting with her captain, Grace Scrivens. A couple of changes for the Stars, which I will bring to you in just a moment. Down the leg side and signalled as a wide. So back-to-back wides for Tash Farrant to start. The two changes for the Stars are Rihanna McDonald-Gay and Bethan Miles miss out today, and Sophia Dunkley and Tash Farrant return into the sides. First slip comes into place for Grace Scrivens. The Sunrisers are 3 for no loss. That's flicked away off the pads down to deep backward square for the first runs off the bat this morning here at Wantage Road. 4 for no loss. First versus third today at Northampton. The Sunrisers sitting top of the table, having played 4 matches, won 3 and lost 1, 15 points. And then the South East Stars in there in third place. That's nicely timed through the leg side, but can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket. South East Stars with the same record, having played 4, won 3, lost 1. Just the difference of a couple of bonus points that separate the two sides. 15 points for the Sunrisers, 13 for the South East Stars. So at the top of the table clash in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. And there's an appeal for LBW, which is given. So Tash Farrant picks up the first wicket of the day. That looks like that's just come back into the body of Amara Carr, who unfortunately for her and the Sunrisers has to depart without scoring today. It's a great start for the Stars. Sunrisers having won the toss and elected to bat first. LBW, which is Tash given. So Tash Farrant picks up the in at 3 today for the Sunrisers is Cordelia. completed by the South East Stars this morning. It's 8 for 1 currently the score. That's nicely bowled by Phoebe Franklin. Cordelia Griffiths defends that one into the leg side. Solid in defence once again. Phoebe Franklin so far this competition. 3 wickets, best of 2 for 27. And an economy of 3.73. Picked up 3 wickets in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Sorry, 11 wickets in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 2023. And opening the bowling in the absence of Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, who's the current leading wicket taker in the competition with 12. Looks like that's just moved slightly away from Cordelia Griffith. So left alone, through to the wicket keeper. First slip in place and a catching cover, catching mid-wicket as well. It's defended into the offside to that fielder at short mid-wicket. 2 balls left in third over of the day. 4 dot balls at the moment. Thank you for joining us today as well. I can see there's just over 300 people in on the stream. And that's shorter with a bit of width, which Griffiths just cuts through the offside and has enough on it to beat that fielder at short mid-wicket or short cover, but there was a moment of hesitation. Turned out to be a fairly easy single. Tick that scoreboard over once more. Score moves up to 9 for 1. First slip departs for captain Grace Scrivens. He defends that one off the back foot, back to the bowler. Dot ball to finish, 3 overs done. 9 for 1. Franklin, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. And Tash Farron operating from the David Capel end, 1 over, 1 for 8. That wicket of Amara Carr. She departed for no loss, or no score this morning. Nicely played down the ground by Cordelia Griffith. Tash Farron, player who missed out last week against Western Storm down at Taunton. That's driven through the offside by Cordelia Griffiths. It's not going to beat the fielder. A lot of rain here in Northampton yesterday. So that outfield maybe just going to take a little while to dry out as the sun shines on it at Wantage Road today. Sign of aggression. This pitch was used for the Northamptonshire versus Glamorgan Championship game a couple of weeks ago. Plenty of runs scored during the course of that fixture. Width on offer. Griffiths can't pierce the infield. So dot ball. So to run you through the 2 teams, I haven't had an opportunity to do so just yet. The Sunrisers line up as follows. Grace Scrivens, Amara Carr, Cordelia Griffiths, Jodie Grewcock, Maddie Villiers, Flo Miller, Amu Suren Kumar, Joe Gardner, Nicola Hancock, Esme McGregor, and Kate Kopak. And that's aerial through the leg side, wide enough of that fielder, just at square leg. It's going to be another run added to the board. And the stars line up as follows: Bryony Smith, captain; Alexa Stonehouse, Paige Schofield, Alice Davidson-Richard, Eilish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin, Chloe Hill, Kalia Moore, Danny Gregory, Tash Farron, and Sophia Dunkley. Cut away off the back foot by Scrivens, out to that fielder, patrolling the boundary at deep point. Just overthrows the wicketkeeper slightly. Another run added to the score. Scrivens now moves to 3, 13 for 1 off 3.5 overs. Cordelia Griffiths will have the final ball of the 4th over to navigate. Those two catches in front of square at mid-wicket and cover. And that's a full toss to Griffiths, who, well, puts that one away with a bit of extra on it as well. 6 runs. Tash Farron misses the length this time rather than the line, and Cordelia Griffiths doesn't miss out. Pulls that over square leg for 6. 19 for 1. Griffith now 12 off 12. Tash Farron finishes her 2nd over at mid-wicket, 1 and 18 cover off 2. And that's a full toss to Griffiths, who mid-wicket and cover. It's a full toss to Griffiths, who, well, puts that one away with a bit of extra on it as well. 6 runs. Tash Farron misses the length. Phoebe Franklin to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That's down the leg side, and Scrivens turns that one round the corner. It's going to add a couple of runs to the score as it races up towards the Spencer Lounge, the members' pavilion here at Northamptonshire. So 2 more added to the score. Scrivens 118 not out on Wednesday in that run chase against the Central Sparks, taking her tally to 236 runs so far this season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Leading the way. That's Yorker from Franklin, wide of off stump, which Scrivens tried to throw a hand to that one to go through the offside. Bit of an inside edge on it. And in the end, it's a dot ball. Dot ball into the offside. This time. Franklin not giving much away at the moment. Sunrisers won't be too upset, being 21 for 1 after 4.5 overs. Franklin just gone for 3 runs off the 2.5 overs that she's bowled so far. Oh, and that's beaten the outside edge of Captain Scrivens, who just indicates that might have just moved away. But through to the wicketkeeper, no harm done. Scrivens defends that one back to the bowler. One ball left in the 5th over. Scrivens on 5, Griffith on 12. And defended back to the bowler once more. Dot ball to finish the 5th. 2 runs coming off it, off the first ball of the over, and the score is 21 for 1 after 5. Tash Farrant to continue from the David Capel end. Got a bit of a fly gully, backward point, cover point, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. That's down the leg side. And brings the fielder at fine leg into work. And the leg byes have been signalled. And the other fielder as well was outside at deep square, where we have just had a change in field as the left-handed Grace Scrivens comes back onto strike. These fielders outside the 30-yard circle. One is at deep backward square, one is at deep cover point. It's down the leg side, and that's flicked away. It's going to put the fielder at deep backward square into work and cuts that off well, just inside the boundary, probably about 10 yards inside the boundary. So 2 more added to the score. Scrivens moves to 7. So I'm sure this outfield will quicken up as the day goes on. Weather forecast looks pretty good at Northampton today. Bit of extra gardening there by Scrivens before facing up to Farrant. That is timed really well through the offside, but straight at that fielder at short cover. Scrivens can't pierce the gap. So the Stars, last time out down at Taunton, lost by 8 runs to Western Storm in a rain-affected match down in the West Country. Nicely played by Scrivens into the leg side. It's going to be a single. Fielder down at deep square, tidies up. Runs in that game for Paige Schofield, 74. Alice Davidson-Richards with 65. Eilish Cranstone, 63. And then 9 bowlers used by the Stars in that match as well. 2 wickets for Bethan Miles, who misses out today. Danny Gregory with 1, Alexa Stonehouse with 1, and Phoebe Franklin with 1. Dot ball into the offside from Cordelia Griffith. And then for the Sunrisers at Kidderminster, beating the Central Sparks by 5 wickets with 62 balls remaining. Overs now have been completed. Score 23 for 1. 3 wickets apiece for the Sunrisers opening pair, Kate Kopak and Nicola Hancock. 1 for Jodie Grucott, 1 for Esme McGregor, and then 2 for Jo Gardner. And then in that run chase to secure that bonus point win in Kidderminster, Grace Scrivens, 118 not out, Griffith 37. It's down the leg side, and Griffith correctly turns around and says no. Bit of a calamitous run out between the pair of these at Chelmsford a week ago. I'm sure that would have been on the mind of Cordelia Griffith as Grace Scrivens started to look for that single into the leg side. Griffith not interested. Franklin to continue. Over-pitched, but not timed well enough by Scrivens down to mid-off. Yeah, Griffith 37, Maddie Villiers with 16, and Amara Carr 26 off 35. But the captain doing the bulk of the work to secure that bonus point win against the Central Sparks last time out. Again, down the leg side again, and Griffiths responds to the call of a single and says yes. Scrivens actually is going to take on 2. Misfield by fielder just round the corner at square leg, or almost a 45, which allows the Sunrisers captain come back for a couple of runs. Takes her tally up to 9. And the Sunrisers 26 for 1 off 6.5 overs. Width on offer this time, and that's gone just through the fielder at short cover. That's Sophia Dunkley, who does enough, gets enough on it to make sure that Scrivens can't come through for that single. Two balls left in Phoebe Franklin's 4th over. And again, this plan of bowling full from the Lynn Wilson centre end is working at the moment. 7 overs done, 26 for 1. Scrivens on 9, Griffith on 12. Franklin, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Farrant, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Farrant is going to continue from the David Capel end. Tend to get a bit more bounce from the Lynn Wilson centre end, as there is a ever so slight incline up towards the David Capel end at Wantage Road. It's turned into the leg side for a single by Cordelia Griffith. 1 run off the first ball of Farrant's over. It's the left-handed Grace Scrivens on strike, and as such causes a change in the field. The Stars employing sweepers on both sides of the wicket for Grace Scrivens, in comparison to the leg side for Cordelia Griffith. It's defended back to Tash Farrant. Fields that off her own bowling. Very full from Phoebe Franklin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Tash Farrant seeming a bit more interested in bowling on a good length, slightly short of a good length. As I say, that is pitched up and played nicely into the offside for a single. Well run, well responded by Cordelia Griffith. Thumbs up from the captain. 3 balls complete in Farrant's 4th over. He brings a wealth of experience back into this South East Stars side. As I said earlier, missed out in the game against the Storm. It's defended by Cordelia Griffith. So opening the bowling in this particular moment, but is also the 2nd leading run scorer in the competition as well. So that's just shaping back in towards Cordelia Griffith. Hence the field placements of the 2 outside the 30-yard circle on the leg side. Griffith, though, defends that one well. Well, that has come back quite a long way, but Griffiths does really well to get enough bat on that to rotate the strike and get up the other end. 29 for 1 after 8. Scrivens now into double figures on 10 and Griffith on 14. It's like Franklin will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So far, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Farrant now with the 4 overs complete, 1 for 23. That wicket of Amara Carr falling in the second over of the morning. Still got those 2 catches in front of square. Width on offer and does just get it past the fielder at short cover, which allows Griffiths to get up the other end, take a single off the first ball of the 9th, takes the Sunrisers score up to 30. Nicely timed by Scrivens, who just uses her feet there for the first time against Phoebe Franklin. Turns that one into the leg side. Fielder out there on the boundary doing the work. Two fielders outside the 30-yard circle for the Stars for Phoebe Franklin are at deep square and deep point, or deep cover point. Everybody else, as you'll be able to see on your screen, will be inside that 30-yard circle. That's defended into the offside. Nicely timed by Griffith. Down to mid-off. It's an over and a half left now of the power play, which will allow the Stars to put fielders out if they elect to do so. It's over pitched by Franklin, who gets away with that one. Griffiths cannot get hold of that low full toss. Dot ball. 2 left to go in the 9th. So it's a fairly slow outfield here at the moment, but I'm certain that will speed up as the day goes on, and it's turned into the leg side, which will allow Griffiths off strike. Take the score up to 32. 32 for 1 off 8.5. Turned away into the leg side, nicely timed, but to that fielder patrolling the leg side boundary. 1 run to finish the 9th. Sunrise is now 33 for 1. Scrivens on 12. Griffith on 16. Franklin now has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. And Tash Farrant will continue from the David Capel end. Run rate for the Sunrisers in this power play so far, 3.67. Defended back to the bowler by Scrivens. Those 2 catches for the Stars remain in place at a shorter cover and a shorter mid-wicket. No slips deemed necessary by Bryony Smith and the Stars. We saw one for a very, very short while, but quickly thought that that was not the right way to go. That's turned into the leg side by Scrivens. Times that well, but it is out to the fielder on the deep square boundary. Turns that one off the knee roll. Right-handed Griffith on strike. Brings about that change in the field. So fine leg goes back. Deep point comes up inside that 30-yard circle. Ball's just been shaping back into Cordelia Griffith, so giving Tash Farrant a bit of protection there on the leg side. That is turned into the leg side, and Griffith successfully comes through for a single. These two have run well so far in this partnership, which is now worth just over 30. That wicket of Amara Carr to fall. And the score was on 4. 3 balls left in the power play. I think as it stands, the Stars will be pretty happy that the score's 35 for 1. Nicely timed by Scrivens, who just beats the fielder Phoebe Franklin at short cover. She'll add another single to her tally. She moves to 14. But they'll also know how important of a wicket that captain Grace Scrivens is. Although they picked up that early breakthrough, they'll be very aware that Grace Scrivens is still at the crease. As I said earlier, the leading run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far in 2024, fresh off 118 last week at Kidderminster. It's nicely played by Cordelia Griffith, defended into the leg side. And the two of these put on just over 100 runs for that partnership as well at Kidderminster in that successful run chase. Width on offer, and that's nicely placed by Griffiths. And that is, I think, going to be the first boundary across the floor. It isn't. It's going to be really well hauled back in from the fielder. Griffiths has come back for 3. This could be a calamitous run out. And if that was for a better throw, I think Griffiths could have been struggling there. Keeper Hill had to do the best she possibly could with a bit of a wild throw in from the deep. And again, that running that we saw at Chelmsford between the captain and the number 3 nearly brought about the second wicket of the morning, which would have been a real calamitous way to end that power play. As it is, I think, just to add insult to injury, the umpire there is just having a chat with Cordelia Griffiths about making sure to not run down the center of the strip. Franklin to continue, starting her 6th over. On just drawing the length back a touch, which Scrivens defends off the back foot into the leg side. Stars have elected to drop a further fielder outside that 30-yard circle. Oh, and that's a genuine play and miss by Scrivens. And for a moment there, the wicketkeeper Hill just indicated there might have been a little noise. Bowler wasn't interested, as was nobody else. But those fielders now outside the 30-yard circle for Grace Scrivens. One at cover point, 30-yard circle. One just in front of square, and then one at fine leg as well. Those 2 catches in at mid-wicket and short cover still in place. That is down the leg side. and is a wide signalled by the umpire. It's looking like it's a little bit difficult to get the timing of this pitch at the moment. Having won the toss, I'm sure the Sunrisers will be grateful for first use. And that is a genuine outside edge by Scrivens. And there's another chance for a run out this time, but Griffiths comes through successfully. A little bit of hesitation in the middle of the pitch. Fortunately for the Sunrisers, no harm done. Scrivens adds another run to her tally, and the Sunrisers move to 40. 40 for 1 off 10.5 overs. Griffith now on strike, 19 off 26. 4 outside the 30-yard circle for Griffith. It's defended back in front of square. Those fielders outside now. Deep square, fine leg, deep third, and deep cover. Half an appeal for LBW from mid-on. The captain at mid-on, Bryony Smith, but I think you just heard through the effects mic, there was a bit of an inside edge on that one. So far this summer, Cordelia Griffith has accumulated 81 runs with a high score of 37, which came last week at Kidderminster, averaging just over 20. That's going to be a wide. That's beaten the wicketkeeper. It's going to run away up towards the David Capel end, and Griffiths will come through to complete the second run. So 3 wides added to the score. Franklin will have to bowl that one again. Again, just a slight hesitation between the two Sunrisers batters at the moment. I'm sure they wouldn't want a bit of deja vu. I think they might have just got a reminder from the Stars. But the Stars might fancy a run out. Dot ball then to finish, and interestingly, not the greatest carry through to the wicketkeeper. 11 overs done, 43 for 1. Scrivens on 15, Griffith on 19. Franklin now 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Looks like we are going to get a change of bowling from the David Capel end. That change of bowling from the David Capel end will be number 12, Alexa Stonehouse. Replacing Tash Farron, who finished with 5 overs, 1 for 28. That wicket of Amara Carr, which fell in Farron's first over of the day. Looks like a little bit of extra pace from Stonehouse. Scrivens just defends that one into the offside to start this spell. Oh, he's gone. Straight through Grace Scrivens. 2 stumps out the ground, and the bowling change has worked. Tash Farron taken out of the attack, and Alexa Stonehouse brought in. 2 balls it took, and the captain, the leading run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint in 2024, has to go straight through 15. Grace Scrivens. You can see she's disappointed as that long walk back to the players' rooms here at Northampton. Sunrisers are 43 for 2. And Stonehouse breaks this partnership. partnership between Scrivens and Griffith, worth 39. And the new batter to the crease for the Sunrisers is Jodie Grucock. Stonehouse picked up her first wicket of the competition last time out at Taunton with figures of 1 for 18. So she's doubled that tally with a second ball of her work today at Northampton. Jodie Grucock, the number 4 for the Sunrisers. 71 runs so far this competition. It's turned into the leg side. 71 runs, high score of 38. Average just over 23.5. Shorter ball, and that's pulled away by Grucock. She'll get herself off the mark. Second ball. She finds Sophia Dunkley, who's patrolling the leg side boundary. And Griffith now will face up against Alexa Stonehouse for the first time. That is down the leg side. I think there was a bit of thigh pad on it. It's going to give the fielder a bit of work to do in front of me at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Sunrise is going to come back for a couple. Just all eyes on the umpire. No signal, so off the bat of Cordelia Griffith. Might have been a bit of thigh pad involved as well. Keeper wasn't far away. I'm not convinced it carried. 46 for 2 now the score. 1 ball left in Stonehouse's first over. Down the leg side once more and wide signalled by standing umpire. Those of you that are in watching the stream this morning, thanks for joining us. Grateful for your company. That's defended back up to mid-on. Dot ball then to finish the 12th over. Sunrisers 47 for 2. That wicket, the captain, the big wicket, the one the Stars would have been desperate for. Grace Scrivens fell second ball of Alexa Stonehouse's first over of the day. See a helmet being run out for the wicket keeper. So we're going to get our first look at spin today in Northampton. Callia Moore is going to replace Phoebe Franklin. Phoebe Franklin in this game, this spell so far, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. And we're going to have a look at the off spin of Moore. Just the 1 over last week down at Taunton. Bryony Smith going to back her off spinner with a first slip. 2 catches in front of square. And that's a very flighted start, which Jodie Grucock pounces on and pulls that one through square leg for 4. Full toss. Not the start that you would have wanted, but a freebie for Jodie Grucock, who does really well to put that one away. Splits the 2 fielders that are out there on the leg side boundary. Times it well enough, and it brings the 50 up for the Sunrisers as well. Inside the 13th over, 12.1 overs to be precise. And the Sunrisers are now 51 for 2. Looks like the umpire will have to have a glance at the ball just to make sure it's still round. Expect more than likely, as you can see the Stars fielders there frantically trying to dry that white kookaburra. There's a few puddles just outside the playing area here at Wantage Road at the moment, with the rain that fell yesterday. It's defended there into the leg side. More on the money. Oh, and that, I believe, is a genuine edge, I think, from Jody Grucock. We will just check and see what the umpire signals. It's actually going to signal buys. For a moment there, the wicketkeeper looked a bit distraught with herself. Has turned straight off the surface, then beaten the outside edge of Grucock and the wicketkeeper and first slip. Encouraging signs for the Stars, with turn from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and no doubt for the Sunrisers spinners as well. First slip has now departed. The right-handed Griffith is on strike. Still those 2 catches in front of square. And that's a nicely timed shot, which is well fielded by one of those 2 fielders at short cover. Does really well to get down to that. It's a pretty chilly day in Northampton. I think they might just be feeling that one slightly. That was really well timed by Griffith. That's cut away off the back foot as it turns back into the right-hander. Griffith now on 22. And the Sunrisers 53 for 2. Last ball of Moore's first over. First slip back in place for the left-hander, Jody Grucock. And again, a full toss from Callia Moore, which is, well, if you thought the first one was impressive for Jody Grucock to split the 2 fielders, she's done a better job that time. 2 South East Stars fielders sprawling for the ball, can't cut it off, and a no ball signalled, I believe, from the standing umpire. Free hit signalled as well. What can Jody Grucock do with the free hit? Obviously, Bryony Smith cannot change the field as the same batter is on strike. Short of a run out. You can't get out. Jody Grucock uses her feet, and that free hit goes for nothing. 13 overs done, 58 for 2. Griffith 22, Grucock on 9. You can't get out. Callia Moore's first over goes for 10. Alexa Stonehouse to continue from the David Capel end. And solid in defence from Cordelia Griffith down to mid-on. That fielder, Paige Schofield, that did so well to stop that shot from Griffith in that previous over. She just had to go off the field for a little bit of a running repair, I think. It was really well timed by Griffith. Schofield did incredibly well to get down to it. Yeah, she's just gone off possibly to warm those hands back up. Cricket balls are hard at the best of times, but when it's a chilly day, they seem to feel even harder. Nice Nicely defended by Griffiths. Another slight misfield there at point by the Southeast Stars. Griffiths takes the single on, takes the fielder on at mid-on. Guok responds. Comes through for a single. 1 run added, and the Sunrisers now 59 for 2. Guok on strike. 2 balls left in the 14th. Short ball, pulled away just in front of mid-wicket, and Guok will come through for a single. We'll move to 10, and the score ticks over to 60. Short ball again, which is pulled away by Griffiths, and she does well to split the fielders on the leg side to a boundary off the last ball of Alexa Stonehouse's second over, and the Sunrisers are now 64 for 2. Short ball again, which is pulled away by Griffiths, and she does well to split the fielders on the leg side to a boundary off. Spin to continue for the Stars. First slip back in place with the left-handed Jodie Guok on strike. Spinner here just turning the ball away from the left-hander. Catches in a short cover and short mid-wicket. Defended back to Callie Moore for a dot ball to start her second over. Nicely timed into the leg side. Guok there just opens the face of the bat, picks up that single into the offside, brings Griffith on strike, and as such, the departure of first slip, 65 for 2 now the score. That run rate just climbed a little bit in the last couple of overs. Bowling's just a little bit looser from the Stars with the 2 first change bowlers, 4.48, though they have picked up the wicket of Grace Scrivens. The spin from Moore has caused a little bit of indecision from Jodie Guok in that first over. Bryony Smith now just drops a little bit deeper at mid-on, allowing Griffith that single to play with the spin, which he tries and doesn't get bat on it. An appeal for LBW, which umpire says not out. Change in the field there just allowed Griffiths to take that single down to mid-on, which that's really well timed and well fielded at mid-off. 1 run added to the score to finish Calais Moore's second over. 15 overs now have been completed. Sunrisers 66 for 2. Griffiths 28, Guok 11. Moore 2 overs, none for 12. As it stands at this rate, Sunrisers would make their way towards 220. 6 and over would take them to 276. 8 and over, 346. 35 overs then remain in this first innings. Sunrisers earlier today won the toss and elected to bat first. Those 2 wickets to fall for Mara Carr without scoring. Flicks away and flicks straight at short mid-wicket. So those fielders that have been there all morning have worked. Griffiths trying to work that one through the leg side, aerial, and it's a good catch at mid-wicket. And the Sunrisers find themselves 3 down for 66. And Griffith, who looked good, has got to go for 28. 28 off 41 for the Sunrisers, number 3. Jody Grucock currently on 11, who will be joined by Maddie Villiers at number 5 for the Sunrisers today. With the Stars had a good start, picking up Amara Carr in the second over of the day, I think it'd be fair to say that they've had the better of the 15 overs so far this morning, picking up 3 wickets, one of which being the Sunrisers captain. Caught by Phoebe Franklin at mid-wicket. Scrivens clean bowled by Alexa Stonehouse with her second ball of her spell. So Stonehouse now has 2 for 10 off 2.1 overs. And Maddie Villiers, with England honours to her name, is the new batter at the crease for the Sunrisers. Short again from Stonehouse, which Villiers is happy to defend into the leg side off the back foot. There's a real squeeze on here from the Stars fielders. Those two at short cover and short mid-wicket, just coming a little bit further. That is shorter down the leg side, which Maddie Villiers turns round the corner to get herself off the mark. Single down to Tash Farrant, who's fielding at deep square. 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle for Jody Grucock. 1 at cover point, 1 just in front of square, 1 at fine leg and 1 at deep third. Oh, it's a beauty from Stonehouse. Beats the outside edge of Jody Grucock through to the wicketkeeper, Chloe Hill. And again, a beauty from Stonehouse. Invites Grucock into the shot. And it's just shaping away enough to beat the outside edge of the Sunrisers, number 4. And again, so we see a replay of that on screen. Stonehouse back into bowl. It's turned into the leg side this time by Jody Grucock. That line just a little bit too straight. Single then to finish the 16th over. Score 68 for 3. Grucock on 12, Villiers on 1. Stonehouse, another successful over. 3 overs, 2 for 12 for the South East Stars seamer. Picked up 6 wickets in the 2023 Under-19 World Cup, did Alexa Stonehouse. He started well in this match at Northampton. Callia Moore to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Nicely played by Jody Grucock. First slip back in place for the left-hander, turning the ball away from Jody Grucock. One there just a little bit short of length, which batter gets wide enough of Phoebe Franklin at short cover, which will bring the right-handed Maddie Villiers on strike, and first slip will make their way out of the cordon and into that catching mid-wicket region. Shorter ball, width on offer. Villiers can't capitalise on. Through to the wicket keeper. 16.5 overs have been complete. An encouraging amount of turn on offer for Kalia Moore during this spell so far. And that is over pitched and nicely played by Maddie Villiers. That ball's going to run up towards the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it's not actually going to go. Bryony Smith chases it down. The ball had almost stopped by the time it got to the boundary edge. But it's going to be 2 added. As I say, plenty of rain here yesterday in Northampton, which will undoubtedly be having an impact on the speed of the outfield at the moment. But 2 added to the score. Takes the Sunrisers tally into the 70s. One defended into the leg side. Dot ball to finish. 17 overs done. 71 for 3. Grucock 13. Villiers on 3. Moore, none for 15 off 3 overs. Alexa Stonehouse to continue from the David Capel end. Jodie Grucock on strike. 2 for 12 off 3 overs so far. Shorter ball down the leg side and pulled away by Jodie Grucock. And that's really well fielded down in front of me by Kalia Moore. Cuts that down to 2, which I think almost certainly would have gone down to the boundary had it not been for that fantastic bit of fielding from the South East Stars spinner. Short again from Stonehouse. Pulled in front of square this time down to Sophia Dunkley. So just 1 run this time for Jodie Grucock. 74 for 3. Villiers on strike. Currently 3 not out. 3 off 6 balls. Short ball down the leg side. Wide signalled. Villiers can't latch onto that one. Defended up to mid-off this time. And width on offer. That's really well timed by Villiers, and that is going to race away through the covers up towards the signal box, and that is going to be for Maddie Villiers' first boundary of the innings. Takes the score up to 79 for 3. Villiers now on 7. Over pitch that one from Alexa Stonehouse. Well timed by width on Villiers offer as well, which Maddie Villiers didn't miss out on. Seen a few of these hold up before they get to the boundary. That previous one there certainly didn't. And a good Yorker in response from Stonehouse, which is dug out well by Maddie Villiers. Responds well, having been hit for 4 through the covers the previous ball. Nicely timed. Down towards the players' lunchroom, and that might, it's just been hauled back in. Really well fielded, well chased down by the Southeast Stars. Managed to restrict that to just a couple of runs. 81 for 3, the score after 18 overs. Villiers now on 9. Guok on 16. Stonehouse 2 for 22 off 4 overs. It's going to be the spin of Kalia Moore to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. As we learned earlier today, plenty of options line up. Nine bowlers were used down at Taunton. Brianna McDonald-Gay obviously not playing in this game. Nicely played off the back foot. Alice Davidson-Richards, 3 overs, none for 19. Danny Gregory, the leg spinner, 1 for 38. Paige Schofield, 2 overs. Bethan Miles, 5 overs, not playing in this game. Short ball from Kalia Moore, and that's pulled away in front of square. Pulled away powerfully, but there is a fielder down on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's just going to be 1 run added. Bryony Smith herself, the captain, 2 overs. You know, Sophia Dunkley, a more than handy bowler, with Tash Farron added into this squad as well. Plenty of options for captain Bryony Smith. That one there just slightly over pitch, which Maddie Villiers pushes wide of that short cover, and it's going to come back for another couple of runs. Nicely placed by the Sunrisers number 5. And that's gone. That's gone through Maddie Villiers. I thought there was a bit of an inside edge on that, but there was, and it's been dragged on to leg stump. And Villiers, who'd looked really good for 11 off 11, the Sunrisers number 5 has got to go. That bit of turn from Kalia Moore just causing that inside edge of Maddie Villiers. And the Sunrisers now, having won the toss and elected to bat first here at Wantage Road, are 84 for 4 of 18.4 overs. And Kalia Moore gets her first wicket of the day. 1 for 18. New batter for the Sunrisers, replacing Ariana Douse in the side today, is Amu Surankumar. She'll join her teammate Jodie Guok in the middle at Northampton. Guok currently 17 off 20. And Surankumar will have 2 balls left of Kalia Moore's 4th over to navigate. Those 2 fielders still catching at mid-wicket and cover. And quite aggressively defended back down the ground from Surankumar. First ball of her innings. 1 ball left in the 19th over. And defended this time into the offside. 2 dot balls to finish then, the 19th. 19 overs done. The Sunrisers at 84 for 4. The wicket of Maddie Villiers bowled by Kalia Moore in that previous over. And the Stars will be very happy with their work so far this morning, picking up those 4 wickets, the big 4 wickets of the Sunrisers. The middle order for the Sunrisers hasn't really been called into action that much during the course of this season so far. having had the success at the top of the order that they have had. We are going to get a change of bowling from the David Capel end. So replacing Alexa Stonehouse, who finishes her spell with 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22, is going to be the leg spinner of Danny Gregory. We've Sintown on offer from the off spinner Moore. So not a huge surprise that we've seen the leg spinner added into the attack quite so soon. You'd expect that turn to continue. It's going to start with a drag down, which is going to be pulled away down towards that fielder at deep mid-wicket. It's enough on it to evade the inner circle. Amu Suran Kumar will face up against Danny Gregory for the first time here. 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. 1 at deep backward square, 1 at deep mid-wicket, and 1 at deep cover point. 2 catchers continue to be employed in front of square. That's defended nicely into the offside, and Suran Kumar gets off the mark with a single through point. Jodie Crucock responds, gets her teammate off the mark. Short ball again from Gregory, which almost is going down towards the second bounce by the time it reaches Jodie Crucock, who does well to get bat on that and turn it round the corner for a single. She's currently on 19 off 22 balls. Oh, it's a chance and it's gone. I think that's gone straight down. That's been defended back to Danny Gregory. Almost pushed at it, Amu Suran Kumar. Danny Gregory can't hold on. It's turned into the leg side this time and avoids that fielder at mid-wicket. Amu Suran Kumar will pick up her second run. It's been an eventful start here for the leg spinner. The length has been varied, but I'm sure Danny Gregory will settle into this spell. That one there, just offering width outside off stump, and Crucock cuts that one away to deep point. So a single off the last ball of the over. Gregory's first goes for 5, and the Sunrisers 89 for 4 after 20. Certainly the run rate for the Sunrisers healthy enough at just under 4.5, but clearly won't be particularly enamoured with or having lost 4 wickets so far this morning, having won the toss and chosen to bat first here at Northampton. It's a bit short from Moore, which Crucock plays off the back foot into the offside. Those sweepers now covering a lot of ground for the South East Stars. Short ball, and my word, that's been timed really well by Amu Suran Kumar, who pulls that through the leg side and dissects those 2 fielders at deep mid-wicket and deep point in front of the cinch stands. Not a huge gap between the 2 of them, and that has flown across the outfield here at Wantage Road. That's going to be her first boundary of the innings, which takes her score up to 6 off 6. And there's an appeal for LBW this time, which the umpire says, no, thank you. Certainly plenty of turn on offer here at Northampton today for the South East Stars spinners. Seen enough seam movement as well from the three seamers on show so far today as well. Oh, and that's an inside edge which just evades leg stump. Saran Kumar responds eventually to Grewcock's call. She's going to add another single to her score. Moves to 7. Sunrise is 95 for 4. Defended back to the bowler this time, Jodie Grewcock. That time, the attempted sweep, which brings about an appeal for LBW. I don't think the line was particularly right for that one. Leg by signalled by the umpire. End of the over. 21 overs have been bowled now by the Stars. And the Sunrisers are 96 for 4. Grewcock 21 off 26. And Saran Kumar 7 off 8. Cut away by Grewcock, who I think is going to have a look for a couple here. She is. Come back through and successfully add 2 runs to her tally. That's better by Danny Gregory, who hasn't quite hit her mark so far this morning, having bowled just under 1.5 overs. It's been a bit varied with line and length. That one there, much better. And again, defended back to the bowler this time by Jodie Grewcock. And to the leg side this time. Just the 2 wickets so far this season for Danny Gregory in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. That's coming off 2023 season, finishing with 21 wickets and the 3rd leading wicket taker in the competition. Change in the field now, as long on has gone back, which may just allow Jodie Grewcock to play that single down the ground. Last ball of the 22nd over. It's played into the offside and a dot ball to finish then. So a much better over from Danny Gregory, her 2nd of the day. Just goes for 2. She's gone for 7 off 2 overs. Sunrisers 98 for 4 after 22. Off spin of Kalia Moore to continue, starting her 6th over. It's off the thigh pad almost there from Amu Saran Kumar. The 1 wicket for Kalia Moore was that of Maddie Villiers, 1 for 24 of 5.1 overs. And that is a slog sweep by Suren Kumar down towards Sophia Dunkley, who's quite happy to pick that one up on the bounce. She's timed that well, though. Sure, there would have been a moment where Suren Kumar would have been worried that she'd have picked out Sophia Dunkley down at deep mid-wicket. Nicely flighted by Kalea Moore. Fielded by Phoebe Franklin at short cover. And again, defended that time off the back foot in the offside. Brings about a change in field. Long off goes out this time. Just allowing Jodie Grucock to single down to long off if she wants to play against the spin of Kalea Moore. Just the one run off this over so far. Just the one run off the over to finish. 23 overs done, 99 for 4. Grucock 23, Suren Kumar 8. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25 then for Kalea Moore. Spin from both ends. Danny Gregory operating from the David Capel end. And another single added to Suren Kumar's tally. She moves to 9. Just opens the face of the bat up there and runs it down to deep point. 100 runs up for the Sunrisers as well. Just coming inside the 24th over. 100 for 4. 23.1. Nicely bowled by the leg spinner. It's a bit quicker that time from Gregory, which Grucock gets enough bat on that. Tries to run it down to deep third, but can't beat the fielder in there at short third. Turned into the leg side, which Suren Kumar responds and comes through for a single. Allows Jodie Grucock up the other end. 2 balls left of the 24th over. And it's pushed up again, and it's just evaded Danny Gregory. Just tips it over the crossbar almost. Can't get up high enough. Suren Kumar just pushing at these slightly from Danny Gregory. And the sweep this time gets bat on that as it runs down on the leg side. It's going to be leg byes signalled by the umpire. So 1 run added to the score off the last ball of the 24th over. 102 for 4. Grucock 24, Suren Kumar 9. Suren Kumar keeping the strike, having picked up that leg bye off the final ball of Danny Gregory's over. The off spinner Kalea Moore to continue. She'll bowl her 7th from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 6 overs, 1 for 25 so far for the off spinner. Slog sweep again, and Suren Kumar gets much more of it this time and gets it straighter as well over the captain at mid-on. Suren Kumar will pick up another boundary, moves to 13 or 14. Brings about an immediate change in the field as mid-on departs from the 30-yard circle, has now gone to a long on, probably about 20 yards off the boundary. Width on offer, nicely played by Suren Kumar, who should look for two and does successfully come back for a second. Suren Kumar made her debut last summer for the Sunrisers, aged just 16. Full toss from Kalea and nicely timed again through the offside. Should bring about another couple of runs for the Sunrisers. It does indeed. Sunrisers now up to 110 for 4. Toss again, swept, paddle sweep by Suren Kumar. Picks up one into the leg side. Productive over so far for the Sunrisers. 9 coming off the first 4 balls. And it's gone this time. Jodie Grucock's got to go. The persistence of Kalea Moore pays off. She picks up her second wicket, caught and bowled. Jodie Grucock, the Sunrisers number 4 on 111. Has got to go for 24. 24 off 39. And that over there that started with a couple of full tosses. Kalea Moore on the money for the 5th ball of that over. Caught and bowled Jodie Grucock for 24, and the score is 111 for 5 now. Players will take drinks. Just to run you through the scorecard so far. As I say, 111 for 5 is the score. Grace Scrivens, the captain, was bowled by Alexa Stonehouse for 15. Mara Carr judged LBW by Tash Farron, second over of the day. Cordelia Griffith made 28 before being caught at short mid-wicket by Phoebe Franklin. Jodie Grucock, who you've just seen depart, made 24 before being caught and bowled by Kalea Moore. Maddie Villiers bowled by Kalea Moore for 11. Just a bit of an inside edge on that one. And the not-out batter for the Sunrisers, Suren Kumar. The bowling figures, Phoebe Franklin, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Tash Farron, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Alexa Stonehouse, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. Kalea Moore, 6.5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 34. And Danny Gregory, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 3. The other games going on around the country in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. At Edgbaston, we've got Northern Diamonds versus the Central Sparks. Northern Diamonds, having won the toss and elected to bat first after 22.1 overs, are 86 for 3. Lauren Winfield Hill made 28. Emma Marlowe 20. Holly Armitage 15. 2 wickets for Katie George. At Bristol, the Vipers are playing the Storm. The Storm won the toss and chose to have a bowl first. And the Vipers are 152 for 1 after 27 overs. Charlie Knott on 79 not out. Maya Bouchier 34. Georgia Adams currently 26 not out. Kalia Moore to finish her over. And they are the 3 games on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. It's turned into the leg side. Flo Miller is the new batter for the Sunrisers. Successfully navigates the final ball of Kalia Moore's 7th over. A successful over for the South East Stars off spinner. Picking up the wicket of Jodie Grucock, caught and bowled. Score 111 for 5. Danny Gregory, the leg spinner, to continue from the David Capel end. Dot ball to start Gregory's 4th over. Plenty of noise out there for the South East Stars, as there should be. 5 down, they've got the Sunrisers. That's defended back to the leg spinner by Amu Surankumar, who's 18 off 19. Swept away just for a single down to Alexa Stonehouse, who's doing the fielding. A deep backward square. So Flo Miller will face up for the 2nd time in this contest. It's not far away from being chopped on that time. Shorter ball from Danny Gregory, who hasn't quite hit her length so far during the course of this game, but has caused problems, has certainly asked questions, and that one there, not far away from being chopped on by Flo Miller, the Sunrisers' number 7. Maybe just indicating that pitch might not have as much pace in it as what was thought. It's defended into the leg side. Flo Miller, just the 20 runs so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition in 2024. And that is almost cut off middle stump, that one, I think, by Miller. It's going to be a dot ball to finish. Just the 1 run for the Sunrisers, 112 for 5 after 26 overs. Worth mentioning that Flo Miller has only batted a couple of times in the competition so far, the high score of 19. Kalia Moore to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. 7 overs, 2 for 34 so far. It's defended back to the bowler by Amu Surankumar. He's got 3 overs left if Bryony Smith elects to use them. And I mean, who wouldn't at the moment? The questions being asked by the off spinner. Flight on offer, and Surankumar just opens the face up, plays that one, drives it out to deep cover for a single. Flo Miller on strike, yet to get off the mark, faced just 4 balls. And again, a bit of pace off that time from Kalia Moore. You can see the footholes outside the off stump of Flo Miller that Moore is aiming for and bowling into. That's a slog sweep. It's gone up off the top edge, and it's going to bounce just in front of the Southeast Stars fielders on the leg side. And Flo Miller's going to get herself off the mark for a couple of runs. Franklin and Dunkley out on the leg side doing the fielding, and it really wasn't far away from Phoebe Franklin. But Flo Miller is off the mark with a couple of runs into the leg side. Takes the score to 115. Defended now to short mid-wicket. 1 ball left in the 27th over. And a single added off that last ball of the 27th. 116 for 5. Miller on 3. Suren Kumar on 20. And Kalia Moore, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. Danny Gregory to continue from the David Capel end. Flo Miller on strike, having kept the strike at the end of the last over. Catches in at short mid-wicket. That's defended into the offside, up to mid-off. Shorter ball, pulled away by Miller, timed really well and splits the fielders out on the leg side. First boundary for Flo Miller, moves to 7, takes the score up to 120 for 5. It's a wide square at Wantage Road, and that one there is just raced across the square down towards where the groundsmen occupy here at Wantage Road. And a Yorker in response from Danny Gregory, which Flo Miller successfully digs out. 4.3 overs now for Danny Gregory, none for 14. Flo Miller 7 off 11. Single taken. That one just dropped into the offside, allowing the Sunrisers to rotate the strike and bring Suren Kumar back up on strike. She's 20 off 22. Two balls left in Gregory's 5th over. Short ball and pulled away down to the fielder, Tash Farron at deep mid-wicket, who just fumbles that the first time, but it was only ever really going to be 1. 6 runs then added so far in this over. 122 for 5. And possibly a 7th and maybe an 8th added. Here they are. They're going to come back for 2. Flo Miller's going to add a couple of runs to her tally. 124 for 5 then after 28 overs. An expensive one for the Stars. 8 runs coming off it. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 18 for Danny Gregory, who just hasn't quite got that line and length right so far today at Northampton, although has certainly ask questions of Amu Suren Kumar. Kalea Moore to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 8 overs, 2 for 38. She will be bowling to Amu Suren Kumar. He defends that one into the offside, back to the bowler. Been a really good spell from Moore today at Wantage Road. Varied the pace really nicely. Had enough turn on offer to ask questions of the Sunrisers batters throughout. That one there was one of the rare loose deliveries from the off spinner, short and wide. As such, wide signalled by the umpire. Have to bowl that one again. And much more flighted down the ground from Suren Kumar, who can't beat Davidson Richards down at long on. Make sure that's only a single. 126 for 5. Suren Kumar now 22. Flo Miller on strike. She's on 10. Those fielders on the sweep. The leg side is occupied outside the 30-yard circle. Width on offer from Kalea Moore, which Flo Miller says, thank you very much. Takes the single, gets off strike. 2 balls left in the 29th. And what is Kalea Moore's penultimate over of her work? Slog swept again down towards long on. Suren Kumar doesn't get enough of it, so it lands short enough of Alice Davidson Richards at long on. Another run added to the score. Oh, and that's gone through everybody. That's gone through Flo Miller, through the keeper Chloe Hill, and just passed off stump signalled by the umpire. So just a run added to the score. 129 for 5 after 29 overs. Miller, who kept the strike, having run through that by, is currently on 11. And Suren Kumar on 23. Kalea Moore 9 overs, 2 for 42 now. Danny Gregory to continue from the David Capel end. 5 overs, none for 18 for the leg spinner so far. She'll be bowling to Sunrisers number 7, Flo Miller. It's turned around the corner nicely by Miller. Gets off strike, takes a single off the first ball of Gregory's 6th over. 130 for 5 now, the Sunrisers. Fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Deep cover, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. Defended into the offside. Still got that catcher in at short mid-wicket. Cover, well, still short cover, just kind of touch deeper, maybe a little bit squarer as well to what we've seen throughout the course of the day so far for the Stars. And that's just over the top of that fielder at short mid-wicket. And Suren Kumar adds another run to the score. For a while there, it looked like the fielder at short mid-wicket would have been interested, but the Sunrisers batter gets enough of it just to clear the Stars fielder at mid-wicket. That one there just turned around the corner by Miller. Takes the single. 132 for 5. 3 runs off the over. That run rate stayed exactly the same, really, just under 4.5, 4.45 to be precise. which, if this rate were to continue for the Sunrisers, would take them to a tally of 221. 6 and over from here would take the Sunrisers to 253. 8 and over from here, 293. 20 overs and the ball remain in this innings. And that is very flighted, which Suryan Kumar just gets enough bat on. So 30 overs have been bowled by the Stars, 132 for 5, having lost the toss this morning and been put into the field by Grace Scrivens and the Sunrisers. I think the Stars will be very happy with their work so far this morning. We are going to get a change of bowling, so Kalia Moore is not going to get her 10th over. She finishes at the moment 9 overs, 2 for 42. And it looks like Phoebe Franklin will come back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Her figures so far today, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Misley from the Stars opening bowler. And the Stars happy to continue and persist with this field that's been successful for them so far. Back of a length there from Franklin. She starts her second spell, which Miller tries to turn into the leg side, but can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket. Bit of width on offer, which I think Miller will feel as though she's missed out on. Couldn't get it past the fielder at short cover. 2 dot balls to start Franklin's 7th. Miller gets the single this time, turns that one into the leg side. 133 for 5. Bit of a conversation there between Miller and Suryan Kumar. Suryan Kumar will face up against Phoebe Franklin for the first time today. 3 balls left at the start of this second spell from the Southeast Stars seamer. And that looks like a bit of a slower ball, maybe a leg cutter. It's drifted back in towards Suryan Kumar, who's tried to work that one into the leg side, but couldn't get bat on it. Short ball pulled away by Suryan Kumar out to Kalia Moore. He's doing the fielding at deep mid-wicket. Nicely timed. Suryan Kumar has timed the ball really well so far in this innings with these attacking shots that we've seen. The slog sweeps have been powerfully struck. Potentially had a couple of lives off the bowling of Danny Gregory, but has taken herself to 25 off 33. Her first innings, her first game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 2024. Flo Miller on 14. She's now faced 21 deliveries. Sunrisers batters will just have a drink, gather their thoughts. 19 overs remain in this innings. 134 for 5 is the score. And I'm sure there'll be conversations going on with what would be a good score on this pitch. And if they can get over 200 on a pitch that's offered seam movement for the seamers and turn for the spinners as well, I think will be a challenging run chase for the Stars. Danny Gregory to continue from the David Capel end into her 7th over. Currently none for 21. Very flighted delivery from Danny Gregory, which Suren Kumar just digs out. Flighted again, nicely played by Suren Kumar, defended to short cover. There's a big gap at mid-wicket if Amu Suren Kumar was to take on Danny Gregory with that slog sweep that we've seen so far during this innings of 25. And that is chipped into the leg side, and that is as soft as you like. A gentle catch for Phoebe Franklin round the corner at short mid-wicket, and Amu Suren Kumar, unfortunately for the Sunrisers, has got to go for 25. Just didn't quite get enough elevation on that one to lift it over the Southeast Stars seamer, and the Sunrisers lose their 6th wicket. Danny Gregory picks up her 1st of the day. Bold Gregory caught Franklin. Suren Kumar goes for 25, and 134 for 6 now the score, with just over 18 deliveries left in the day, 18 overs left in the day. New batter for the Sunrisers in at number 8 is Jo Gardner. She'll be on strike, facing the leg spin of Danny Gregory. 2 balls left in Gregory's 7th. And the Stars' happiness will just continue to grow. Having lost the toss, been put into bat by the Sunrisers. Be incredibly happy with their work so far during the course of this innings to have the Sunrisers 6 down. Shorter ball from Gregory, and Gardner will get herself off the mark. First up, just checking the toe. Didn't quite place that where she wanted, but gets off the mark nonetheless. So last ball of Danny Gregory's 7th. That's flighted. It's down the leg side, and it will be a wide signalled by the umpire. So an extra run for the Sunrisers, and Gregory will have to bowl that one again. Back on the money. Dot ball to finish. Successful over for the Stars, picking up the wicket of Amu Suren Kumar for 25. Sunrisers 136 for 6 after 32 overs. So 18 overs remain in the innings for the Sunrisers. Miller on 14, Gardner on 1. And Phoebe Franklin to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Gardner on strike. Keeper up to the stumps as well, just to keep Gardner in her crease. And that is successfully defended into the offside. Dot ball for Franklin to start her 8th over. None for 16 so far off 7.1. Short ball, and that's pulled away by Jo Gardner, who can't split those 2 fielders on the leg side. Times it well. Close enough to Kalea Moore in front of the scoreboard, who stops that going over the rope. Slow ball. Genuine edge by Flo Miller. Past the wicketkeeper Chloe Hill. And we'll add another couple of runs to her tally. Just gets beaten there for lack of pace. Really well bowled by Phoebe Franklin. And if one of these Stars bowlers deserves a wicket from today's performance, you'd have to say Franklin would be as much deserving as anybody else. Just gone now for 19 off 7.5 overs. Down the leg side. And Miller turns that one away up towards the players' rooms. Again, I don't think that's going to go. It's not. It's hauled just inside the rope by Kalea Moore. He's covered a lot of ground there from the signal box down to the players' rooms. Gardner quick between the wickets. Make sure that Sunrisers add 3 runs to their score and they move to 142 for 6 off 32.4 overs. That catcher at mid-wicket now has just dropped onto the edge of the circle. Slower ball again from Franklin, which drifts and swings back into the right-handed Joe Gardner, who defends that one to short cover. And then that's into the offside by Joe Gardner for a single off the last ball of Phoebe Franklin's 8th over. 143 for 6 off 33. So 17 overs gone. 17 overs remain. Danny Gregory to continue from the David Capel end. Gardner on strike, who times that really well through the covers, and that's going to put Dunkley under a bit of pressure on the offside boundary. He does well to cut that off for a couple. It's just drifting down the leg side into the pads of Joe Gardner. Just for a short moment there, was trying to locate the ball. I think Flo Miller might have called through for yes there. I think right decision in the end to not take that leg bite. Last thing the Sunrisers want right now is to lose a wicket. 6 down for 145. That's shorter from Gregory, which is defended back up the pitch by Joe Gardner. Looks like that's just kept a little bit low from Gregory. Three balls left of the 34th. And that's, oh, it's pushed back past Gregory and it just evades the leg spinner on her follow through. Close enough to cause Gardner a bit of panic, but wide enough to make sure that she survives to face another delivery. Short ball that time from Gregory, which is pushed or dropped into the offside, in fact, for a single. Single off the last ball of the over. So 34 overs have been bowled now by the Stars. Sunrisers are 146 for 6. 16 overs remain in the day. And Franklin will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Of the bowlers we've seen so far, Tash Farrant has 5 left. Alexa Stonehouse has 6. Danny Gregory has 2 left now. Franklin herself has 2 left. Pace off again by the Stars seamer, which Joe Gardner runs into the offside for a single, bringing Flo Miller back on strike, who's currently 19 off 24. 147 for 6. Short ball by Franklin. Miller plays that one out to the offside by the Stars, so will only allow 1 run added. The 4 fielders, in fact, outside the 30-yard circle. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and cover point. Short ball, and that's pulled straight to Tash Farrant, who takes a brilliant catch. Gardner couldn't have timed that one much better, but she's picked out the opening bowler for the Stars, who takes a good catch low to her left, and the Sunrisers lose another wicket. They're 148 for 7 now. 15 overs left in the innings, and the Stars are well on top here in Northampton. Gardner's got to go for just 7. 7 off 12. And Franklin, who I said earlier, deserving of a wicket based on that spell that she served up from the Lynn Wilson centre end first thing this morning, has picked up that wicket. 1 for 25 now for Phoebe Franklin. And the new batter at the crease for the Sunrisers will be Australian overseas Nicola Hancock. In at number 9. Stars happy to continue with this field so far. Been a lot of traffic, a lot of wickets at short cover, short mid-wicket. That one just sliding down the leg side, and will allow Hancock to get off the mark straight away. She's going to come back for a couple. Big open space down there, just behind square on the leg side. But I think with the number of wickets that have been caught in front of square during this Sunrisers innings, just highlights just potentially this pitch be a little bit on the slow side, a little bit hard to get used to. Whether it dries out a little bit more as the day goes on and the sun shines down here at Northampton, we'll wait and see. Slower ball by Franklin, well bowled. Have a shy at the non-striker's end as Miller got halfway down, and Nick Hancock rightfully says no. It might be a conversation here between the experienced Nicola Hancock and Flo Miller, just to say there's a lot of time left in this game. Obviously need as many runs to bowl at as possible. 150 for 7 now, the Sunrisers. 1 ball left in the 35th. Oh, it's a slower ball again. It's a beauty from Phoebe Franklin, who beats Nick Hancock. Smart work by Chloe Hill behind the stumps to take the bails off. Dot ball to finish. Successful over. 1 for 27, Phoebe Franklin. 35 overs have been bowled. Sunrisers 150 for 7 with 15 overs left in the innings. Danny Gregory to continue from the David Capel end. Still those fielders out at long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. Turned into the leg side by Miller, who's going to take that single. He ran the first one hard, put the fielder under pressure, And Alexa Stonehouse was up to task. Restricts the Sunrisers to a single, which will have Nicola Hancock on strike, facing up against Danny Gregory for the first time. Hancock on 2, having faced just the 3 balls so far, following the departure of Joe Gardner. It's a flighted delivery by Gregory, and Hancock can't quite get that past the fielder at mid-wicket. It's a leading edge. Oh, and it's not far away from Gregory again. There's been 3 or 4 of those today for Danny Gregory. And on another day, she'd have had a few more than 1 wicket to her name in this spell at Wantage Road. Leading edge that time from Nicola Hancock, and just evades the Southeast Stars leg spinner. Solid in defence that time by Nicola Hancock. Chance at the non-striker's end. Throw wide from Kalea Moore, and there was a slight look from the Sunrisers there about a potential second. That throw wide enough to pose the question. Hancock did well there just to run that down to short third. Picks up the single, gets down the other end. Sweep from Flo Miller. That time a little bit squarer, but at Alexa Stonehouse. He does well, but allows Flo Miller to come back for a couple of runs. Miller now moves to 23, 154 for 7 after 36. Franklin to continue to bowl her last over of the day. And Hancock defends that one back to the bowler. Outside edge for Hancock. A look for the single, but Miller rightfully turns around and says no. So another dot ball. Franklin 9.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Hancock this time guides it through the offside, and Miller responds. Comes through for the single. Hancock now moves to 4, 155 for 7. Three balls left of Franklin's final over of the day. It's shorter, there's width on offer. It's timed really well by Miller, who can't beat the fielder at deep cover. Just be another single added to the score. Miller now on 24, Hancock on 4. That run rate, as you'd expect, with the loss of those wickets in the middle order, just dropped down now to 4 1/4. Defended into the offside. If that rate were to continue throughout the rest of the innings, the 13.1 overs that are remaining would take the Sunrisers to a score of 212, which I'm sure they'll think will be light, having won the toss and had a bat first. However, with the turn that's been on offer, they've Maybe anything over 200 would be a good score. That's overpitched by Franklin down the leg side. Hill does well to get around to that, but it is going to be a wide signaled. Another run added to the score for the Sunrisers. But maybe anything over 200 on this pitch is going to be hard to chase down. So we've seen those near caught and bowled by Danny Gregory. Kalea Moore's got herself a caught and bowled. Might just be holding up in this pitch a little bit more than what maybe was thought at the start of the day's play. 37 overs then have been bowled by the Stars, 157 for 7. Phoebe Franklin finishes her work in this innings. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Picking up the wicket. An over a go of Joe Gardner. Brilliantly caught by Tash Farrant at mid-wicket. Six and over would take the Sunrisers to 235. 8 and over, 261. They feel a fair way off, though. I say anything over 200 could be an interesting score. Gregory to continue down the leg side. Miller will feel like she's missed out. Wide signaled. Gregory now into her 10th over. 1 for 31. Her figures off 9. It's into the leg side. It's going to take on the fielder, and could have been close. Fielder there had 1 stump to aim at. As it is, Miller gets through for a single. She moves to 25, takes the score to 159 for 7. Down the leg side once more. Good take by keeper Hill. But he'll be 1 more added for the Sunrisers. And another one that Gregory will have to bowl again. 160 now for the Sunrisers. Down the grounds. Hancock nearly cleans up Flo Miller. Confusion again between the Sunrisers batters as Miller just gets herself off the ground, comes through for the single. So another run added to the score, albeit an eventful run. 161 now. Swept. And swept hard by Flo Miller, which is going to put Stonehouse under a bit of pressure. He does really well to cover that ground. Flo Miller's going to comfortably come back and add a couple to her tally. Takes her to 27. 27 off 30. It's been a busy innings by the Sunrisers' middle order batter. Anything extra that she can add. It's a short ball when it's width on offer. I don't think that was meant to go quite as fine as what it did by Flo Miller, and it's going to trickle its way down to the boundary. And that's Kalea Moore does really well. Feels like she's been everywhere across the outfield at Wantage Road today. Sunrise is going to add 3, but really well fielded down in front of the Lynn Wilson Centre by the Southeast Stars off spinner. Nick Hancock will be on strike. She tries to guide that one down to fine leg, but cannot beat the fielder. Just tucked around the corner there. 166 for 7. 1 ball left in Danny Gregory's final over of the day. So I say Farrant's got 5 left. Stonehouse has got 6 left. And plenty of other bowling options in this Southeast Stars lineup. That is played off the back foot by Nicola Hancock. He'll take a single off the last ball. Keep the strike. 38 overs done. Gregory, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. And the Sunrisers with 12 overs to go are 167 for 7. Change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, replacing Phoebe Franklin. We'll get our first look at Alice Davidson-Richards in this game. Another seamer for the Stars. Another player with full international recognition as well. We'll see what the seam of Alice Davidson-Richards, genuine all-rounder, has got to offer on this surface. Starts with a ball back of a length, which Flo Miller is happy just to... Sorry, Nick Hancock is happy just to drop into the offside for a single. 168 for 7. That's going to be a wide ball. I'll have to bowl that one again. Miller there just tries to turn that one into the vacant leg side. Cannot get enough on it. Davidson-Richards tidies up off her own bowling. That offside circle is packed as fielders at fly slip or short fine leg. Fielder just in off the circle at backward point. Extra cover, mid-off. And the only other fielder in the circle on the leg side is at 45. Short ball, it's gone straight up. It's top edge towards that fielder at the 45, who's done really well to watch that the whole way. She's turned left, turned right, pivoted once more, and locates the ball, successfully takes the catch. So the change of bowling has worked again. Alice Davidson-Richards straight into the attack and picks up a wicket with her third ball of the day. And Flo Miller has got to go. She's gone for 30 off 32. The short ball by Davidson-Richards has worked. It brings about a top edge from Flo Miller, which went straight up. And the Stars pick up their 8th wicket. The Sunrisers now 169 for 8. New batter for the Sunrisers is Esme McGregor in at number 10. Stars will have these final 2 wickets for the Sunrisers in their sights. Get off the field as early as they possibly can. The Sunrisers, though, spend as much time out in the middle as they possibly can and get that score up to something close to 200. Give their bowlers something to bowl at. We've seen this. It's a challenging pitch to bat on. Short ball again from Davidson-Richards, and that one looks like it didn't quite get up. McGregor just defends that one on the offside, drops it at her feet. 11.2 overs remain in this innings. McGregor does well to drop that one in on the offside. Nicola Hancock responds quickly, calls her batting partner through for a single. I think with the runs that Nicola Hancock has scored through that region, so we've just seen a fielder coming up inside the 30-yard circle just to almost plug that gap. You're thinking about maybe getting a little bit tighter in on that. Big shot down the ground from Nicola Hancock. Loads up, over pitch from Davidson Richards. And it's muscled down the ground. Bryony Smith can't cut it off, and it's going to be 4 more added. Sunrisers now move to 174 for 8. Davidson Richards picks up the wicket of Flo Miller in that over. So there's a conversation there between Nicola Hancock and one of the Sunrisers substitute fielders, whether there was a message run out or whether there was a question to go back to the dressing room. Though I think if there was a sign of intent from Nicola Hancock, I think we probably just saw it with that final ball from Alice Davidson Richards. It was over pitched, but Nick Hancock loaded up, drove it strongly down the ground. Change of bowling from the David Capel. So replacing leg spinner Danny Gregory is going to be the opening bowler of Tash Farrant. Tash Farrant so far in this game, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. She picked up the first wicket of the day, that of Amara Carr, without scoring. LBW from the David Capel end. Back into the attack, round the wicket, and McGregor happy just to run that one down to the fielder at deep third. Four fielders outside the circle. Long on, deep mid-wicket, which has been pushed a little bit straighter, and deep square. Deep cover as well. Slower ball by Tash Farrant. Looked like an off-cutter from this angle. Hancock watched that one successfully onto the bat. Potentially Tash Farrant just noticed that sign of intent by Nicola Hancock at the end of the last over. Take the pace off, make it more difficult for the Australian. Off cutter again and defended into the offside. Slow ball again, and all eyes on that one as it rolled back towards the stumps, but Nicola Hancock quite happy just to watch that. She knew that wasn't going to go on to hit. The other fielders, so I've mentioned the ones outside of the 30-yard circle, those that are in it, mid-off, cover, backward point, short third, and a short fine leg. Slow ball again. This time over-pitched by Tash Farrant, will allow Nick Hancock the single off the penultimate ball, off the over. Runs that one up to one of those fielders that are outside the 30-yard circle. Will be a slight change in the field, I think. Just the 3 outside now for Esme McGregor. And as I say, that final leg just makes their way outside the 30-yard circle down towards the boundary. So last ball of the 40th. McGregor turns that one into the leg side. Nicola Hancock's going to look for 2. And rightfully so. He says no. Really well fielded there by Alexa Stonehouse on the leg side, making sure that the Sunrisers can't add another run to their tally. 177 for 8. 40 overs have been bowled. And that Sunrisers substitute fielder back out in the middle with a drink this time. So maybe it was a question out to the coaches and the balcony for them to answer as to what the plan might be for the next 10 overs. Do the Sunrisers try and bat the 10? Does Nicola Hancock try and get as many runs as she possibly can in an aggressive cameo? Well, I suspect we'll soon find out. Esme McGregor on strike. She's on 3. Davidson Richards bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. McGregor just plays that one into the leg side for a dot ball. And another conversation between the Sunrisers batters. Leg cutter that time from Davidson Richards. Again, just dropped into the leg side, but only for a dot ball. Short ball. And I think you could hear through the effects mic there how close that was to hitting the stumps at the non-striker's end. A big oh no, and I don't know where that came from, but I think Nicola Hancock might have been struggling to get back for her ground there if Davidson Richards, who really skillfully there managed to direct that back towards the stumps off her own bowling. 3 balls now gone in the 41st over. McGregor that time turns it squarer into the leg side and will pick up a single. Nicola Hancock on strike for the final 2 deliveries of Davidson Richards' second over. Defended back to the bowler. 5 balls now gone in Davidson Richards' second over. Picking up the wicket with the change of bowling, that of Flo Miller. Hancock there, just looking like she loaded up to play the big shot down the ground. As it was, quite happy to run that to short third, pick up the single, keep the strike. So 2 runs added off the over. 41 overs now have been bowled by the Stars, and the Sunrisers are 179 for 8. Esme McGregor on 4, Nicola Hancock on 13. Davidson Richards 1 for 9 off 2 overs. Tash Farrant to continue from the David Capel end. She's currently bowled 6 overs, 1 for 31. Hancock turns that one into the leg side for a single. First ball of Farrant's 7th. 180 now the score for the Sunrisers. 180 for 8. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire says not out. They're going to take the leg by through, although Esme McGregor was stood there for a long time waiting for the umpire to make a decision. Hancock had almost shaken hands with Esme McGregor. So half a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end from Danny Gregory as McGregor made her way up the other end. So another run added to the tally, 181. Solid by Nicola Hancock. Shorter ball down the leg side. Wide signalled. Hancock couldn't quite catch up with it. But again, it's going to be another one added to the Sunrisers' score. 24 extras now have been bowled by the Stars in this total of 182. Yorker from Farron, who does really well off her own bowling to make sure that doesn't go for any more. Big vacant space down the ground on the leg side, which Nicola Hancock was eyeing up, and Farron up to task off her own bowling. Saw how fantastic of a fielder she is earlier today with that catch to dismiss Joe Gardner. Just as good off her own bowling. 6.4 overs, 1 for 33. And Hancock that time gets it wide enough. Tash Farron to pick up that single that she was looking for the ball before. 3 runs added to the score in this over so far. Last ball. .1 overs remain in this innings. And McGregor on strike. She's currently 4 not out of 9 deliveries. That's down the leg side. I think that's going to be leg bys signalled. So McGregor will take the strike. Farron going for the Yorker, just missing the line. Will put McGregor on strike as opposed to Nicola Hancock, which I suspect the Stars would prefer at this stage. 184 for 8 of 42 overs. McGregor on 4, Hancock on 15. 8 overs remain. Run rate 4.38, and if this were to continue to the end of the innings, the Sunrisers would reach 219. 6 and over, although the acceleration would come at the risk with the fact there's 2 wickets left for the Sunrisers, would take them to 232. But 219 would be a total on this pitch that would give the Sunrisers bowlers a target, would give them something to bowl at. Short from Davidson Richards, and McGregor turns that one into the leg side for a single. Dropped into the leg side. Just looked like Nicola Hancock might have been winding up for a big shot down the ground, but restrains herself, just drops it into the leg side, picks up the single. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over, 186 for 8. Width on offer, well played by Esme McGregor, who runs that down to deep third for a single. 3 runs off the first 3 balls. Davidson Richards' third over. 187 for 8. Partnership now worth 18. Slow ball, slog sweep by Hancock, and that's going to pick out the fielder who runs in off the boundary. That's Phoebe Franklin, the opening bowler. Covers a lot of ground and takes a good catch. And the Australian, Nicola Hancock's got to go for 16. I did wonder whether that acceleration was going to come. It did, unfortunately for the Sunrisers. Didn't get it straight enough. There were two fielders down there, Dunkley and Franklin. Unfortunately for Nicola Hancock, she picks out Phoebe Franklin, who makes a great catch down at deep mid-wicket. And the Sunrisers are now 9 down, 187 for 9. Davidson Richards picks up her second wicket. 2.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 12. And the final batter for the Sunrisers, number 11, Kate Kopak. Still just under 7.5 overs left in this innings. And if the Sunrisers can bat for the entirety of those 7 overs, almost certainly get themselves up over 200. Whether that's enough on this pitch is yet to be seen, but certainly will give Nicola Hancock, Kate Kopak something to bowl at, who have been so impressive with the new ball during the course of this season so far. And that is down the leg side from Davidson Richards, which Kopak turns down to fine leg. Gets off the mark straight away. Takes the score to 188. 1 ball left in the 43rd over. And that's McGregor just defends that one. I don't know. I think the ball might be just, that's rolled up and just almost sat at the base of off stump there with no pace on it at all. McGregor survives. The ball had no pace on it to dislodge the bail. Stars fielders were interested for a short moment, weren't they? But didn't have enough momentum to dislodge the timber. Chloe Hill just had a check and make sure just to see how close it actually was. Tash Farrant then to continue from the David Capel end. 7 overs, 1 for 34 so far for the Stars seamer. She'll have Kate Kopak on strike. Those 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Deep square, fine leg, deep third, and a deep extra cover. Kopak can't get that past the fielder at backward point. Cut it away strongly. It was a powerful shot and potentially would have run away for 4 if it had been wide enough, but Stars fielder there at backward point did really well to get down to that one. 188 for 9 or 43.1. Tash Farrant there just abandons her run. Bit of a breezy day. I did wonder whether she just pulled up a little bit there. Bit of a limp on the follow through. She's just given the legs a stretch out. Hopefully nothing more serious than that. She goes to have a stretch again. Slow ball, off cutter. Kopak defends into the offside. No run added. Looks like Tash Farrant is going to be able to continue. 2.4 overs left in this innings. Kopak takes the single. Bit of hesitation between the pair, but well run in the end. McGregor calls her batting partner through. Kopak moves to 2. Sunrisers 189. 6.5 overs remain in the innings. Nicely played by Esme McGregor. Runs that down to deep third, wide enough to beat the fielder at backward point. Takes the single. Sunrisers now 190 for 9. Short ball, pulled away by Kopak. It's not really done anything off the surface, that has it? It's almost sat up from Tash Farron with no real pace on it at all. And Kopak's just pulled that through mid-wicket for a single. Sweeper out there on the leg side boundary. Change in the field as well. Deep third comes up inside the circle. Fielder drops out at mid-wicket. Not all the way, probably another 15 yards off the boundary. Could be another short ball. It's not. It's a slower ball by Farron, and that's dropped into the leg side. They'll take on the fielder at mid-on and pick up the single. Last ball of the over. Sunrisers move to 192 for 9. McGregor now on 8. Kopak on 3. Looks like a little bit of running repairs there for Tash Farron as well. There is the scorecard. 192 for 9. Not great reading for the Sunrisers. But as I say, it's been a tough pitch to get going on, to get used to the pace. Somewhere up around and over 200. Could be a good score. Alice Davidson-Richards to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Esme McGregor on strike and defends that back to the bowler into her 4th over. She's got 2 wickets so far, 2 for 13. That of Flo Miller and Nicola Hancock. Those her 4th and 5th wickets of the campaign, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 2024. Economy of 3.73. Defended into the leg side, dot ball. Full England honours for Alice Davidson-Richards as well. Made her England debut back in 2018. 107 on Test debut against South Africa in Taunton in 2022. Doing the job with the ball at the moment for the South East Stars. Short ball. Just looks like that rushed McGregor slightly. He does well to turn that round the corner. Keeps it down as well. 2 fielders lurking out there on the boundary. Ready for the hook shot, ready for the pull. McGregor plays that well. Just rolled her wrists on the shot. 1 run added to the score. She moves to 9. 9 off 18. And the score now 193 for 9. Full toss. Flicked away into the leg side by Kate Kopak. Davidson-Richards won't be happy with that one. 194. Feels like a partnership that could be crucial for the Sunrisers. It's worth 7. Doesn't sound like a lot, but in the context of the game, how important these late and lower order runs could be for the Sunrisers, for these 2 in particular to have a bowl at the Stars later today. Down the leg side, wide ball signalled. 195 for 9. Appeal for LBW. Well, an inquiry from somewhere out there for LBW, but led by signal Davidson Richards. Just not getting the line right at the moment. Another one added to the tally. A score of extras now for the Sunrisers. Just crept up to 26. Back of the length. Davidson Richards back on the line as well. 45 overs have been bowled, and the score for the Sunrisers, having won the toss, elected to bat first here at Northampton, 197 for 9. Esme McGregor, 9 not out. Kate Kopak, 5 not out. Davidson Richards, 4 overs, 2 for 17. Unfortunately, it looks like Tash Farron isn't able to continue her spell. She's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 38. She picked up the wicket of Amara Carr in her first over and the second over of the day. And it is, I believe, going to be the captain, Bryony Smith, replacing the seamer from the David Capel end. So a bit of spin to finish then from that end. We've seen leg spin, haven't seen finger spin yet from the David Capel. 2 wickets so far in this campaign for the captain. That fielder just in there at short mid-wicket again. And there is the off-spinner turning in towards Esme McGregor. Two dot balls to start Bryony Smith's first over. Again, turned into the leg side by McGregor, who picks up the single, rotates the strike, moves the score to 197. 4.5 overs remain in the innings. Looks like a bit of pace off there from Bryony Smith, which Kopak just sized up a little bit there, just to see if there was anything to go on down the ground. Just pulled out in the end. Sign of aggression and a slog sweep by Kopak, who's going to hit that square of the wicket. It's just going to be a single as it's well fielded down on the leg side boundary. Kopak moves to 6. Sunrisers 198 for 9. Again, turned into the leg side by McGregor, 199 for 9. End of the over. 4 overs remain. 46 overs have then therefore been bowled, and the score for the Sunrisers, 199 for 9. McGregor on 11. And Kopak on 5. Davidson Richards to continue down the leg side. And that wide will bring up the 200 for the Sunrisers, 200 for 9. Still the 4 overs remain, and another one added to the extras for the Sunrisers. And solid in defence by McGregor. That's one thing that you could be critical of the Stars during this innings. I know they've obviously got the Sunrisers down 9 down for just 200. But when you look at the scorecard now, those extras currently on 27, and the highest scores for the Sunrisers, 30 for Flo Miller and 28 for Cordelia Griffith. It's nicely played by Esme McGregor. Takes another single. 2 byes, 6 leg byes, 18 wides, and 1 no ball by the Southeast Stars. Shorter ball, slower ball from Davidson Richards, and Kopak can't quite believe that wasn't called wide, but she did make a movement out to the leg side to start with, so I don't think you're going to convince the umpire that's going to be a wide ball when you make that initial movement to give yourself some space. 3 balls left in the 47th. Short ball again, and Kopak goes for the pull shot, which goes over the shoulder of the Sunrisers number 11. Can't connect. Dot ball. But how big of an impact might those 28 extras that the Stars have bowled in this innings be on the final outcome of this game? When runs have been hard to score. It's a slower ball, and that's really nicely timed and placed by Kate Kopak. That's going to give Bryony Smith, the captain, some work to do. Are they going to come back for 3? They are. Kopak's going to come back for the 3rd. Well run by the Sunrisers pair. 3 runs, 204 for 9, and a really nice shot by Kate Kopak. And they'll take the single on. They'll take on Sophia Dunkley. Well run. Esme McGregor keeps the strike. Single off the last ball of the over. 5 runs from it. 205 for 9. Three overs remain in the innings. Esme McGregor is on strike, 205 for 9. What can the Sunrisers get themselves up to here at Wantage Road? That's nicely played by Esme McGregor. Straight from Bryony Smith. And McGregor turns that one into the leg side for a single. Those fielders outside the circle. Looks like there is just 3 at the moment. Quite happy at the moment to squeeze these 2 Sunrisers batters. The 3 fielders outside are deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and deep cover point. Looking for that last wicket, pulled down to mid-on by Kopak, who inquired to the single and quickly realised that it wasn't on. Just 1 run off the over so far. Uses her feet, goes down the ground, gets over mid-wicket, and that, I think, is going to be 4 down towards the Spencer Lounge. It is going to be 4. Kopak moves to 12. The Sunrisers on 210. The partnership now worth 23. 23 off 30, this partnership, for the last wicket for the Sunrisers. Kopak contributing 12. McGregor contributing 14. and that's pulled away. It's just going to be one, I think, as the fielder comes in off the boundary. 6 runs then off the first 5 balls of Bryony Smith's second over. None for 9. 1 ball remaining. 13 balls, 13 legal balls left in the innings. That's going to go down the leg side. It's going to be half fielded by the fielder at square leg. That's going to be another single added to the score. 7 runs off the over. 12 balls remain. Esme McGregor keeps the strike, and the Sunrisers are 212 for 9. Davison Richards continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and McGregor turns that one down to deep backward square for a single off the first ball. Kate Kopak on strike now. She's on 13. Fielders outside the circle. Deep square, fine leg, deep third, and a deep cover. Davison Richards been quite happy to drop the ball in short. Doesn't this time. Cuts that away, and it goes through the fielder at point. There'll be a chance for 2 here if the Sunrisers are quick. They will be. They'll take on Stonehouse, and Kopak will come back for a second. Take the score to 215. Ten balls remain in the innings, and this partnership just proving handier and handier for the Sunrisers each and every delivery. Short ball, pulled away hard. It's going to put the fielder under a bit of pressure. He does really well in front of the scoreboard. Kalia Moore out there. 1 run added to the score. Kopak's timing the ball well. McGregor on 16. The pair of them on 16. The partnership now worth 29. 29 off 35. That's cut away. Kopak's going to take him on. The throw is a long way wide at the non-striker's end, so McGregor comes through for the single. 217 for 9. 8 balls left in the innings. Uses her feet this time, and Kopak will take on mid-on, and they'll successfully come through for another single. These two running really well together. Partnership now 31, both on 17. 7 balls left in the innings, 218 for 9. I said anything over 200 could be a really handy total for the Sunrisers to bowl at. And they're 18 over that. Anything more from these final 7 balls will be an absolute bonus. And there will be 1 more as it's dropped into the leg side for a single. And McGregor will keep the strike. She'll face up first ball of the final over. Bryony Smith to continue. McGregor takes the single into the leg side. 220 now up for the Sunrisers. 5 balls remain. Sweep by Kopak. A leg bye added to the score. No fielder round the corner there. 221 for 9. 4 balls remain. The leg side, if that big shot is coming, the leg side. There are spaces. Those fielders, the South East Stars fielders, are spread around. Shorter ball, quicker ball from Smith. Well bowled through to the keeper, Hill. McGregor just couldn't quite catch up with that quicker ball. 3 balls remain. 221 for 9. Inside edge from McGregor. Every run here will be handy, will be useful. 222 for 9. 2 balls remain in the innings. Kopak goes for the big swing into the leg side. Tidy work by Chloe Hill. He does dislodge the bails, but Kopak's back foot never moved. Last ball then of the innings. Partnership worth 35. 222 for 9. Kopak will just be looking to, well, get this anywhere, I think. And it's down the leg side, and it's going to be a dot ball to finish. Bit of bat, a bit of pad on it for Kopak. Well bowled, Southeast Stars. They restricted the Sunrisers to 222, having lost the toss and were put in at Wantage Road. Sunrisers, not a pretty looking scorecard. However, on a pitch that's looked hard to bat on, it's looked hard to get the timing for. 222 could be a tricky score to chase down. The scores, Grace Scrivens 15, Amara Carr 0, Cordelia Griffith 28, Jodie Grucock 24, Maddie Villiers 11, Amu Surankumar 25, Flo Miller 30, Joe Gardner 7, Nicola Hancock 16, Esme McGregor 20 not out, and Kate Kopak 17 not out. Phoebe Franklin 1 for 30 off 10, Tash Farrant 1 for 38 off 8. Alexa Stonehouse, surprised not to see Alexa Stonehouse bowl again, 2 for 22 off 4 overs. Kalea Moore, the off spinner, 2 for 42. Danny Gregory, 1 for 40 off 10. Alice Davidson-Richards bowling at the end there, 2 for 29. And Bryony Smith, 0 for 12. So after the interval, the Southeast Stars will require 223 to win. And we will see you in about 30 minutes. Yeah, what time are we back on at like 10 past?
See you in a bit.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Wantage Road for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint fixture between the Sunrisers and the Southeast Stars. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'll be here with you throughout the entirety of this second innings. If you didn't catch the first innings, to give you a quick summary, the Sunrisers made 222 for 9 from 50 overs. Top scores of 30 for Flo Miller, 28 for Cordelia Griffith, and then a really handy partnership at the end between Esme McGregor and Kate Kopak to get the Sunrisers up to 29. 2 wickets for Alexa Stonehouse, Callia Moore, and Alice Davidson Richards. So the Southeast Stars will require 223 to win. That's a run rate of just under 4.5 and over. And opening the batting for the Sunrisers will be their captain, Bryony Smith, and Tash Farrant. Bryony Smith will be on strike. Kate Kopak will be opening the bowling for the Sunrisers from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. And it was tough going with the bat, so the Sunrisers will be hoping to do the exact same. And sure, and it's pulled away. That's a bit of a gift first up for Bryony Smith, and she's not going to miss out on those. That's 4 added to the score straight away, powerfully struck by Bryony Smith. Bit of a long hop from Kate Kopak to start. And Smith pounces on that straight away. First slip in place, and then also a catching cover as well. The width on offer, which Smith tries to cut away. It's a bottom edge on it, which goes straight into the turf. Good Yorker from Kate Kopak, straight up in the block hole. Bryony Smith so far this campaign, 154 runs, high score of 90, averaging 51 in this competition. Kate Kopak has 7 wickets with the ball, best of 3 for 26, at an economy of just under 4, 3.96 runs per over. Down the leg side, there's a fielder down at backward square. That's Nicola Hancock. He tidies that up, make sure it goes for no more than a single. We'll bring Tash Farrant on strike. Left hand, right hand combination at the top of the order for the Southeast Stars. Tash Farrant so far this campaign didn't play last time out at Taunton against the Western Storm, but has scored 216 runs. High score of 94 and an average of 108 so far in this campaign in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And she's got 2 balls of Kate Kopak's first over of the day to navigate. Still the first slip, who's gone a little bit wider, almost a slip and a half, and then a catching cover. And a catching mid-wicket, and Farrant plays that out to Joe Gardner, who is in that catching cover position. Dot ball. One ball left in the first over, and the Southeast Stars are 5 for no loss at the moment. Kopak to Farrant. That's defended into the leg side. End of the first over, 5 for no loss. Southeast Stars require 218 from 49. So as it has been throughout the entirety of the tournament so far, it will be Nicola Hancock to open the bowling. This time from the David Capel end here at Wantage Road. Nicola Hancock, so far 10 wickets in the tournament, best of 3 for 15. Again, that economy just under 4, 3.97 runs per over. Over from Brisbane. Shorter ball, it's down the leg side, well watched by Bryony Smith and well stopped by Amara Carr. Loose one to start from Nicola Hancock. An integral part of the Brisbane Heat squad in the WBBL, and who's proving to be a really, really solid signing for the Sunrisers so far this summer. Leading the bowling attack, sharing that wealth of knowledge and experience. 2 slips in place. And that is going to be a wide signalled by the umpire. Nicola Hancock not enamoured with the decision. We saw last time out at Chelmsford the movement on offer and exploited by Nicola Hancock and Kate Kopak. Very, very different conditions to what we had at Chelmsford a week ago. Overcast, cold. It had rained earlier in the morning. The sun is out here at Wantage Road. That's well fielded. Nice shot by Bryony Smith down to the captain, Grace Scrivens. Width on offer, which Bryony Smith cannot capitalise on. Mistimes it up to mid-off. Maybe a little bit frustrated with herself. It certainly would be a common factor that we've seen so far today on this pitch. It's been hard to time. The ball hasn't really come onto the bat. The outfield, where it rained all day yesterday at Northampton, had been slow. It's maybe 2-2-2. Could be a good score for the Sunrisers. A bit more width on offer from Hancock, and they're going to take on Flo Miller at cover. He takes a pause to throw to the keeper's end, but the South East Stars batters get through. Smith now on 6, Farrant on strike, yet to get off the mark. Full toss by Nicola Hancock, and Farrant punches that one through the covers. Won't go to the boundary. Joe Gardner will haul that one back in. So 2 added. Farrant off the mark. This highlights just how slow the outfield has been. 2 slips in place. Amara Carr, obviously the wicket keeper. Cordelia Griffith at first, and Amu Suran Kumar in at second slip. It's almost Yorker length from Nicola Hancock, who has 1 ball left in her opening over of the day. Other scores around the country, the one at Edgbaston, the Diamonds, the Northern Diamonds, won the toss, chose to have a bowl first. All out for 216 or 49.2 overs. High score from Erin Burns of 49. And then wickets spread around for the Central Sparks. Nicely placed by Tash Farrant, who just opens the face up, guides it through the covers, gives Gardner a bit of extra work to do. She gets a couple of runs off the last ball of the over. It's 12 for no loss after 2. And the other game in the competition down at Bristol, the Vipers versus the Storm. The Vipers made 295 in their first innings. Charlie Knott with 102. Georgia Adams 65. And the Storm are 13 for no loss in response. But in terms of this game, 48 overs, 211 runs required. Kopak will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Amara Carr. I thought for a moment she was coming up to the stumps there. Maybe just a bit of running repair for the Sunrisers wicketkeeper. But Kopak will bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And it's short and it's pulled away. It's well fielded by Maddie Villiers at mid-wicket. Maybe Smith not timing that quite as well as what she would have liked, but well picked up by Villiers. Inside edge from Bryony Smith. First glimmer of hope for the Sunrisers bowlers. Full shot played by the captain. Runs down to fine leg for a single though, so 1 run added to the score. Stars move to 13. Smith on 7. Farrant on 5. Top ball into the leg side that time. Flo Miller tidying up. Down the leg side. Farrant attempted the sweep, couldn't catch up with it. Wide signalled by the umpire, so Kopak will have to bowl that one again. 14 for no loss. That was something that the Sunrisers could have a significant impact on this game. The Stars conceding nearly 30 extras in that innings. Sunrisers can bowl tighter, better, more disciplined. And obviously that 223 required to win for the Stars just becomes that little bit more difficult, a little bit further away. Kopak back on the money that time. Width on offer, nicely played by Farrant. That's going to be 4 through the covers. Sunrisers fielders will give chase, but finish a distant second in that race. All across the ground by Farrant. She moves to 8. And a nice shot again. That's going to go through the infield just and half fielded by Villiers. Well backed up by Gardner. 1 run off the final ball of the 3rd over. 19 for no loss. Smith on 7. Farrant on 9. Kopak now none for 12 off 2 overs. Nicola Hancock from the David Capel end. Second slip has come out of the cordon and gone into that catching cover position. She's taken an extra couple of steps back. And that is slightly over pitched by Nicola Hancock, but shape on it, shaping back in towards Tash Farron. Nice shot. Gets through Amu Suran Kumar, who I think gets a little bit of a hand on it to slow it down. Make sure it doesn't go down to the boundary. Joe Gardner backing up her fielder. So 2 runs, 2 more added to the score. Tash Farron's timing the ball well in this short innings so far. 11 off 11. Full toss. Farron lifts it over the infield. And again, I don't think that's going to go. That's going to be Gardner again doing the fielding. And Farron's going to add another couple of runs to her tally. Doesn't quite time that one as well as what she has the others. But times it well enough to get it over Amu Suran Kumar, who's fielding at short cover. Those areas that are so productive for the Stars. Short cover, short mid-wicket. On a pitch that was a little bit tacky. A used pitch at Wantage Road. Straighter line from Nicola Hancock, which Tash Farron's quite happy to defend. Back down the ground. 23 for no loss. 3.5 overs have been bowled. And almost a leg stump line to finish from Nicola Hancock, which is defended into the leg side. Dot ball to finish then. 24 for no loss after 4. Stars going at 6 and over. Smith on 7. He'll be on strike for the first ball of the next over. And then Farron on 13. Kopak and Hancock 2 overs apiece. Sunrisers continue persisting with that first slip. Whilst that ball is still new, leading edge there from Bryony Smith. Causes a little bit of interest from the Sunrisers fielders. Big shot down the ground from Smith, but can't beat Scrivens at mid-off. Wasn't timed particularly well. There's plenty of effort went into the shot. Conversation there between Griffith and Scrivens with regards to first slip. It was a position that wasn't really utilised all that much by the South East Stars. focusing more on those catches in front of square. Griffith has gone maybe a step wider, gone from first to second slip. That's timed nicely into the leg side, but Joe Gardner is there to do the fielding. Good over so far. For the Sunrisers. And another big shot from Bryony Smith, but really well fielded by Amusha and Kumar in the covers. It's going to be a dot ball. It's going to be 4 dot balls in a row. Smith certainly giving it plenty in this over without much reward as yet. And there is a shot down the ground. It's going to beat a diving Joe Gardner. I think it's going to run away for 4 down towards the Lynn Wilson Centre. It is going to be 4. Smith moves to double figures. The captain now on 11 or 14. Certainly feels like this over, she's just upped the ante a little bit on this pitch that might be hard to get in on. And a dot ball to finish the over. So 4 runs from it. Those 4 runs coming from the penultimate ball of the over. 27 for no loss after 5. The Stars require 196 from 45 overs. It's been a good start for the South East Stars in this run chase. Nicola Hancock to bowl her 3rd over from the David Capel end this afternoon. First slip in place, Cordelia Griffith. There's a catcher in at cover, which is Maddie Villiers. Flo Miller is in just inside the circle at mid-wicket. There is Flo Miller doing the fielding, and the 2 fielders outside the circle, both behind square, one at fine leg, one at deep third. Shorter ball, which doesn't quite get up as much as Farrant thought it might. As well to get some bat on that. Turns it round the corner, but Flo Miller is lurking on the leg side and can't get that past the Sunrisers fielder. Changing the field, which Cordelia Griffith has moved from first slip into mid-wicket. Paul just picking out Cordelia Griffith just to confirm the fact that changing the field definitely worked. As I said earlier, the Stars didn't really employ anybody catching behind square during the course of the innings. There was a first slip in place for a very short while. First slip in place when Jodie Grucock was at the crease, the left-hander facing up against the off-spinner. Big shot through the offside, over the offside. It's aerial. It will give the Sunrisers encouragement. There's a big chase on down towards the coffee van, and Gardner's going to win. So Farrant's just going to add another couple of runs to the tally. She obviously pulled up a little bit during that first inning, so potentially might have been 3 if that discomfort that she experienced in that first innings might have just held her back a little bit. That's solid in defence. Back to Nicola Hancock. 5.5 overs have been bowled. 29 for no loss. Flicked away through the leg side, but straight at Flo Miller, who picks that up really well. Has a shy at the non-strikers end just to make sure that Bryony Smith wasn't backing up too far. Dot ball to finish. Good cricket all round. 29 for no loss after 6. 194 required for the Stars. Change of bowling for the Sunrisers. An early change of bowling as well. Kate Kopak will be replaced at the Lynn Wilson centre end by Maddie Villiers. We saw the success of the off spinner earlier in this game. Will the off spinner have as much success in the second innings as they did in the first? Bryony Smith uses her feet, just defends it in the end down to mid-on. Short ball, pulled away. Half stop there at square leg. Going to be 1 run added to the score. Looks like Kate Kopak might have just slipped a little bit there as she's gone down to field that, but Bryony Smith has hit that ball very hard. Nicely bowled by Maddie Villiers. There was plenty of turn on offer earlier in the day. I don't see any reason why that would have changed. And plenty of spin options in this team for Grace Scrivens to use as well. But I suspect Nicola Hancock won't be finished from the David Capel end just yet. The leg spin of Jodie Grucock, which we usually see pretty early in the piece, offers a lot of control for her captain. Captain herself, Grace Scrivens, bowls off spin. Jo Gardner, another spinner, picked up 2 wickets against the Sparks last week. Ismay McGregor would provide another seam option for Captain Scrivens. Good start for Maddie Villiers, just 1 run off the over, 30 for no loss after 7. It is Hancock to continue. 3 overs, none for 13 so far. 7 overs into the innings, so 3 remain in this power play. The 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. One is at deep backward square and the other at deep third. That's on the money for Nicola Hancock and defended back up the grounds by Bryony Smith. Plenty of batting to come for the Stars as well. Schofield's carded next, although I'm not convinced we saw her again on the field after the bit of fielding in the covers early on in the piece. Sophia Dunkley back in the team. Alice Davidson-Richards, Eilish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin, Chloe Hill. It's a long batting lineup for the Stars, but it's not an easy pitch to bat on. It's Northampton. That is just down the leg side, but Nicola Hancock and the Sunrisers get away with that one. Smith can't get it past Esme McGregor, who's fielding at square leg. Big shot down the ground and gets it past Joe Gardner. 4 runs, 4 more added for Bryony Smith. She moves to 16. Bit over pitch from Nicola Hancock, and Bryony Smith doesn't miss out. Gets enough of it, straight enough as well, to get past the Sunrisers fielder at mid-on. 34 for no loss. But they won't mind it. They won't mind seeing the ball aerial. Most fielders just waiting on the edge of the circle. Good Yorker, good comeback from Nicola Hancock, which is well dug out by Bryony Smith. Big shot again, straight down the ground this time. Gardner's going to give chase. I don't think Smith's got anywhere near enough of that to go to the boundary, and she definitely hasn't. Gardner's quick, and somehow, with a lot of huff and puff, Bryony Smith only adds 1 run to the score. 35 for no loss after 8 overs. So that run rate, 4.38, required 4.48. So just about there or thereabouts for the Southeast Stars. Smith's on 17 and Farrant's on 15. Hancock now 4 overs, none for 18. And Villiers will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Two fielders outside that 30-yard circle, both on the leg side, one at deep mid-wicket, one at deep backward square. To cover off the sweep, and that's played off the back foot by Bryony Smith down towards her captaincy counterpart, Grace Scrivens, for no run. Certainly feels like Smith is coming out here in this innings and really taking the aggressive option to the Sunrisers. Dragged down from Villiers, which is pulled away down to that fielder, which is Flo Miller, deep mid-wicket. Tash Farrant uses her feet, can't get bat on it. Tidied up by Cordelia Griffith. Back in that slip cordon. As Villiers is going to look to turn this ball away from the left-handed Tash Farrant. Bring first slip into play. Changing the field again. Asmay McGregor has just come in off that 30-yard circle. Nicola Hancock's gone straighter and deep mid-wicket's gone squarer, giving Farrant the option to play through the offside, which she takes, and she takes the single, gets down the other end. 37 for no loss. Down the ground, Smith uses her feet, goes aerial down towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to hold up. It's going to give a chance for a chase. Miller and Gardner can't quite get there. The ball wins. 4 more added to the score. That's Smith's 3rd boundary of the innings. She moves to 22 off 27. Certainly a choice of tactic by Smith here with a small total on the board. Be aggressive. Powerfully struck through the offside. Dot ball then to finish the 9th over. The Stars are 41 for no loss. And they require 182 more if they were to be successful here at Wantage Road today against the Sunrisers. Big shot from Farrant this time. Inside edge, takes the single through on the leg side. Nicola Hancock starting her 5th over. From the David Capel end. Short ball from Hancock. Turned into the leg side, but Maddie Villiers is round the corner there just to make sure that that is a dot ball. Smith now 22 off 30. Short ball picked up, hooked away. There's a chance here if Surya Kumar can get round, and she can't. It's going to be 4 more added to the score. Bryony Smith's done really well to get hold of that and get enough of it. For a while there, she might have been worried that Amu Surya Kumar, who was fielding down there at deep backward square, was interested for a while. Fortunately for the Stars captain, it evades the Sunrisers fielder down on the boundary. Hancock back on that line and length, and Smith defends that one into the leg side. 46 for no loss. Last ball of the power play. 177 required. Will be interesting to see what Captain Grace Scrivens and the Sunrisers look to do with their field placements. They put too many out. It could become easy for the Stars just to take the singles. And you need about 4 and over. Can they afford to have 4 out? I don't know. We shall wait and see. Hancock then with the last ball of her 5th. It's Yorker length, and it's not far away from carrying to Joe Gardner. Rani Smith's bottom hand just taken over there a little bit. Gets to Gardner on the half volley. Dot ball anyway. Smith continues. She's on 26. Farrant's on 17, who will be on strike. And that is the end of the 10 over power play here at Wantage Road. Score 46 for no loss. 177 required. Maddie Villiers will continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. In terms of field changes, we have got, I think it is just the 2 outside the circle. So Scrivens happy and will continue with the squeeze. That's a beauty from Villiers that beats Tash Farrant outside off stump through to Amara Carr. Those catches still on in front of square. Quicker, down the ground, doesn't get all of it, bounces just inside the circle. Gardner will be there again to tidy up. Two runs added. Certainly a noticeable change in tactic between the Sunrisers and the Stars in their batting innings so far. Aerial through the leg side, not far away from Suren Kumar again, but Grace Scrivens gets rounds to tidy that one up. Just 1 run added to the score. Obviously, the Stars have got the benefit of knowing exactly what they need to chase, having restricted the Sunrisers to 222 off their 50 overs. It's defended by Bryony Smith. Width on offer by Villiers, but it turns back into Bryony Smith, so it will be a dot ball. It's well fielded by Grace Scrivens. Still plenty of turn on offer, which will be encouraging, which will certainly keep the Sunrisers and their spinners engaged. That looks like a bit of a carom ball or a leg spinner from Villiers, which is wide and shorter and gets punished through the offside by Bryony Smith, and that brings up the 50 for the South East Stars. 53 for no loss after 11. $170 now required for the Stars. Smith on 30, Farrant on 20. And we are going to get a change of bowling from the David Capel end. So Nicola Hancock will be replaced by Jodie Grucock. Hancock's 5 overs went no maidens, none for 23. Jodie Grucock will be into the attack. Leg spin caused problems on this pitch, Danny Gregory, although she only finished with one wicket. Couple of close caught and bowled. One was a drop catch by Danny Gregory. Another couple were just out of reach. Did obviously pick up the 1 wicket that she did and caused problems throughout. So let's see if the Sunrisers leg spinner can ask the same questions of Southeast Stars batters. 6 wickets so far in the competition for Jodie Grucock. 6 wickets, best of 3 for 28. at a very, very miserly economy of 3.26 for a young leg spinner. And she's gone straight away. The golden arm works. The change of bowling works. Grucock into the attack. Farrant's eyes lit up. Goes for the big shot down the ground. And Jodie Grucock goes straight through the South East Stars opener. And the Sunrisers have their breakthrough. Farrant goes for 20. So often, Jodie Grucock comes into the attack early, outside the power play this time. Very comfortable bowling inside the power play. With the field placement that there isn't really a great deal of difference at the moment. And that change of bowling, that captaincy decision by Scrivens has worked straight away. Leg spins worked. And do the Sunrisers have an opening? We turn back in towards Tash Farrant as we get a replay. And quite considerably, actually. That big grip off the surface maybe didn't bounce quite as much as what Farrant thought. But nonetheless, Tash Farrant's got to go for 20. And the new batter for South East Stars, returning into the side, having missed the game at Taunton last week, is Sophia Dunkley. $170 required for the Stars. 9 wickets for the Sunrisers. Those catchers, Griffith and Villiers, 2 of the better Sunrisers fielders, in at mid-wicket and short cover. Jodie Grucock just slides that one down the leg side. Dunkley just couldn't quite catch up on the sweep. Width on offer. Dot ball as it goes through to Amara Carr. Certainly looks like this pitch isn't bouncing as much as what maybe the South East Stars batters had thought or had seen so far. Solid in defence by Dunkley. Shorter ball, width offered. Dunkley can't get that past Flo Miller in the covers. Doesn't really need much of an introduction, Sophia Dunkley. 92 England caps, 1 ODI 100, 74 not out on Test debut for England versus India in 2021. Width on offer again and well fielded again by Flo Miller. There's a chance for a run out if the throw's good. And I think Dunkley's got back. It was really well fielded by Flo Miller. And the 2 Stars batters were almost shaking hands in the middle of the pitch. If that throw had been slightly more on target back to Amara Carr, would Dunkley have been struggling? I don't know. But brilliant work by Miller nonetheless. And the leg spinner just causing problems here. Sweep that time. It's gone down the leg side, so it'll be another run added to the score with a wide. And a dot ball to finish the over. Dunkley might not have been too happy with the line on that one, but the umpire said it's absolutely fine. Successful over for the Sunrisers. The first wicket to fall, that of Tash Farrant. First ball of Jodie Grucock's work this afternoon. 55 for 1. Stars require 168 now. 38 overs remain in the day. Maddie Villiers to continue. Powerfully struck down the ground by Bryony Smith. Down to that fielder, Joe Gardner, who's just been pushed further down to long on. I think is making her way up inside the circle for the new batter, as is Amu Surenkumar, out from deep cover into the circle. The two fielders outside, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Dunkley goes for the lap sweep, the paddle sweep, which brings Nicola Hancock into play, and she'll take on the Australian and pick up a couple of runs to get off the mark. 58 for 1 now, the Stars, and Dunkley off the mark, having struggled to line up Jodie Grucock. Gets herself off the mark with a 2 down to fine leg, and that straight away brings about a change in the field. I think that's Kate Kopak that's just gone a bit straighter, almost on the 45. It's defended into the leg side. Dunkley wants it. Smith didn't. Again, there was confusion by the two of them. As it is, I think there was a single there. I think Bryony Smith was maybe just ball watching a little bit. Dunkley was adamant it was on. Short ball, which Smith can't quite time into the leg side. Corner Yorker that time from Maddie Villiers, quicker as well. Well dug out by the Stars captain. She's on 31. She's faced 37 balls. Certainly looked very aggressive. Timed that one, or powerfully struck it down into the vacant mid-on region. So picks up the single. Takes the score up to 59. The last ball of the over. So she'll stay on strike. She'll have her first look at Jodie Grucock from the David Capel end. Flighted delivery by Grucock, which is timed nicely down to long on. Nice fielders that were on the boundary will make their way up inside, up towards the 30-yard circle now that Dunkley is on strike. She's on 3. She's faced 10 balls. Plays that one into the offside. Griffith there doing the fielding at short cover. Bit of width on offer. Dunkley can't get it through that tight offside field. Griffith again doing the fielding. Grucock 1 for 3 off 9 balls. Hard to get away. Like a googly that time from the leg spinner, which again, Dunkley can't get through the infield. 4 dot balls, 3 dot balls in a row. Smith getting the single off the first ball of the over. Dunkley goes for the sweep and gets enough of it over the shoulder of the South East Stars batter, who comes back for 2. They take on Amara Carr. Potentially Bryony Smith might have been struggling at the non-strikers end, but it would have been a good throw to have got up to that end. 2 runs added to the score. That sweep proving productive so far for Dunkley. and goes for the sweep again. Fine, all along the ground. Going to be at least 2 added to the score. Maddie Villiers to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by Danny Warren in the commentary box. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's a long walk up here.
It's not, yeah, it's worth it though.
The view's amazing.
Short ball pulled away down towards Flo Miller. 1 bounce. Just in front of the Sunrisers fielders. What have you made of the day so far?
Well, first of all, it's sunny.
That's
we're
rarity,
out here
isn't
playing
it?
cricket, and with some of the weather around this last week, it's a great effort by the guys the ground staff here to get it on. So first and foremost, it's exciting to be playing. We probably feel that we've given ourselves a stiff task against a very good side, but not an impossible task. Stick another couple of wickets on that board and it looks very different.
Dunkley on the sweep. Gets it past Kate Kopak. Will just be 1 run. Yeah, it looked tough going out there. Dare I say it, you've had more of a conversation with people in the know than what I have, but I suspect that might be the feedback, is that pitch just felt a little bit sticky, a bit tacky.
Yeah, it was obvious with a couple of the wickets that it stuck there a bit, didn't it? They had quite a bit of success with their spinners through the middle overs when they had more operating from the end that we're sat at, and Gregory at the far end. It almost felt like a couple of them just sat in the wicket, and we didn't play a shot that countered that.
Oh, an appeal for Obi Dubbin. It's been given straight away. The umpire didn't hesitate with that decision, and Bryony Smith's got to go. Maddie Villiers picks up her first wicket of the day. The captain's gone. LBW for 34. Danny Warren comes and sits down, and Sunrisers pick up a wicket.
Well, funny enough, I was on my walk around. I would have been there about 10 minutes
ago. Which way did you go, left or right?
I went the longest way possible. I thought I'd pop over to our retail tent, check how everything was there, and then I don't know if it was the correct way for runs or wickets, but there's a bit of contention in our camp as to which right is right when you keep the pitch on your right or you walk right. It's like I'm not even getting involved in that.
Can of worms that I didn't want to open.
No, I took the longest walk round, and I happened to pass a few groups of our parents and supporters on the way. So I stopped to chat to one of them just as Jodie took the first wicket. I would have been here sooner, but they demanded I stayed, hoping that I was going to get another wicket. So look, if I pop out for 5 minutes, maybe we'll get another one on the board when I move again. But that's what you've got to do here. It looks a lot like the value for the shots has increased slightly, but this pitch isn't going to get better to bat on. No. We've got to bowl in our areas. We've got to keep coming at Stars. They'll keep coming at us. We know that's the way that they play. Look, you've got some really good batters in their team. They're in form. So we've just got to keep coming at them, keep doing our skills well. And as you say, it's not the easiest wicket to bat on. And obviously where we were at, we would definitely have taken 222. Great partnership between the real good wag of the tail, I suppose, because I don't really want to just single out that last wicket partnership, but because there was a lot of contributions before that as well. Really pleasing to see some of the younger players in the squad contributing. Flo Miller to lead the way. Jodie Griffiths has got the ball in hand. Amusa and Kuma playing her first game of the season, just looking assured when she's out there. She's 17. It's amazing. Yeah, that's quite ridiculous. She timed the ball so well. That slog sweep that she played quite regularly, timed it really nicely. Alice Davidson-Richards is the new batter in for the South East Stars. Paige Schofield was carded at 3, but just slid down the order a little bit. I know that she went off the field
having done a brilliant bit of fielding in the covers in that first innings. Hopefully it's nothing untoward for Schofield. Dunkley uses her feet and hits that powerfully back towards the leg spin. Ironically, that wicket for Maddie Villiers actually looked like it just skidded on, which becomes a difficulty in itself when you've batted on a pitch that's just held up a touch. Take on another quick single there. And could have been close, but Davidson Richards gets through for the single. Not sure I'd take on Flo Miller if I had the opportunity to do so. She's lightning across the outfield.
She's lightning between the wickets as well. Did you see some of that running?
I did, yeah.
There's probably a few other batters going for a sit down when they did get out, just after being called through for a couple by her. But yeah, she's definitely. I'm going to put a definite here. The fastest player in our group, and I would be amazed if you can find someone who covers the ground as quickly as she does. Anywhere else in the country at the moment. I believe she actually held a record. I'm not going to say it because I don't know it for different, but I believe she did hold a junior record for either the 100 metres or some sort of sprint distance in the county at one point.
Well, I definitely would have believed you.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Say it with enough conviction.
Absolutely,
and it goes away.
And there's a lot of evidence out there to suggest it would be true.
Yeah. She's a very talented sports person. She played hockey to a good level. I think she probably could have picked any sports, but we're really lucky that she's chosen cricket. And look, over the last 12 months, she's embedded herself in this side as a really young, exciting batter. She kind of does it her way. Like she doesn't hit areas that other people hit. You can see her hockey background in the way that she plays, but she can turn a 1 into a 2 and a 2 into a 3.
Yeah, as you say, an exciting addition to the squad. And somebody that, well, leads by example in the field, ups the standards, I would imagine, of everybody else with the commitment that's on offer. Maddie Villiers to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jodie Grucock there 1 for 8 off 3 overs. As per usual, Misley with the ball. It will be interesting, as you said, if Sunrisers can pick up one of these two, not to discredit Tash Farrant or Bryony Smith. Both of those have got high honours to their name, but these are the two current England internationals. Down the ground. Oh, it's not far away from Joe Gardner, who sticks an arm out. Dunkley gets enough of it. Get one of these two. Is there a bit of panic in the South East Stars camp?
I imagine that's probably what's going through Grace Scriven's mind here. So this is Maddie's 6th over now, isn't it? And she's a key bowler, Jack in our card. So she's probably thinking, how long do I keep her going for? She's probably thinking, look, give me one more, give me one of these two. It is also very hard to take someone off when the last ball they bowled was a wicket. So she's probably been given one here, and just to try and break this partnership. You're right, they're two quality batters. They keep coming for South East Stars, to be honest.
Nicely played by Dunkley. Just turns the face of the bat on that one, gets it square of the fielder in there on the leg side. Gets down the other end. Davidson Richards on strike, yet to get off the mark. Plenty of spin options for Grace as well, isn't there, in this side? I'd certainly say that spin's been the more successful of the two disciplines during the course of this game. Although I thought Alexa Stonehouse bowled really well, and I was quite surprised I didn't see her come back.
She looked really threatening, didn't she? Probably slightly more threatening as a left arm over bowler than Tash Farrant did after the opening spell.
Big sweep, LBW again. Umpire says no. Big appeal from the Sunrisers, although I think Maddie Villiers pulled out of that appeal fairly sharpish.
Did sound a bit woody on the effects mic, but I don't know how good this effects mic is. You can hear everything.
It's not bad.
I hope they're not having a private conversation down there. We might be we might be party to it.
Inside edge, and Davidson Richards still unable to get off the mark. Yeah, on the blast nights at Wantage Road, you do have to turn the effects mic down somewhat because get a bit enthusiastic up here in Northampton.
Yeah, well, they're great nights, Friday nights up here. I've been to one in the past. It's a brilliant way to spend your Friday evening. I have to be honest, struggling to be 5'4", I can't really see much over most of the people when you're not sat in a seat. But no, they're great nights. And going back to Grace's, I guess, options. Yes, she's got herself. She's got Joe Gardner, who bowled really well on Wednesday. Took a couple of key wickets in that game, but also the change that we made today to bring Amusa and Kumar in gives us another seam bowling option alongside Esme McGregor, who we've not seen, and again has a handy habit of breaking partnerships. So she's got a lot of cards to play.
Blessed with choices. Grucock to continue. Dunkley uses her feet and plays that powerfully down to mid-on. 73 for 2, the score. The runs required now 150. Grucock 3.1 overs, 1 for 8. Dunkley on 14. Again uses her feet but can't get it past Joe Gardner at mid-on.
I'm having a look around to see if there's any action of bowlers warming up, so we might see Maddie for another one. Throw that dice.
Dunkley tries to create room. I think when you've got a relatively low or below par total, I think it's very defendable on this pitch, but it is below par, I think. I think sometimes you've got to go for your ace card for as long as you possibly can, and what's the point in leaving a couple of overs up your sleeve for Maddie Villiers when you could have used them? Take on the quick single, and we'll get through. Take on Grace Griffiths herself at mid-off. And then if it gets past that point, then as you said, you've got so many different options to use anyway. You throw the ball to somebody else at that stage.
Yeah, definitely. That will be playing on a mind. You don't want to leave your trump card with overs left.
Down the ground, nice shot by Davidson Richards. Does get off the mark this time. It's going to beat Joe Gardner. Just uses her feet, shimmies down, gets it past the outstretched arm of Jodie Grucock.
Something else you want to do is, I guess, use those bowlers to make sure that batters aren't settling. They're facing different bowlers that the different style seamers. We've got the different style spinners.
Yeah, that's certainly another school of thought and a very valid one as well. How impressed are you though with the team? I know we spoke about it a little bit at Chelmsford, didn't we, a week ago? But top of the league after 4 games. If somebody had said that to you at the start of the season, what would your reaction have been?
Well, I would have agreed with them
yes,
because like I've seen the progress, and that you look back over. Yes, we won the last 4 last season, so really we're 7 wins from 8 before today in the last 8 games that we've played. You even look further back into the middle phase of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint last year. We picked up 1 win. It was rain affected, so there were a couple of games that weren't played, and then a couple of others that were played weren't DLS results. So as Dunkley steps away, so we knew them. We were building momentum, but all you ever really want is that the girls go out and do themselves justice. That they've put in some really, really good performances. They've been really professional with the way that they've gone about it.
Nicely played by Sophia Dunkley. The line and the length, not quite right that time from Maddie Villiers, but she'll get Alice Davidson Richards to bowl at, who is the new batter. She's only faced the 8 balls.
Yeah, it's a new challenge for us here. We bravely wanted to have a bat first. I think it's the right decision on a used wicket.
Cut away, well fielded.
So where victories in the 3 games that we have won this year have come as a result of a brilliant bowling performance at the top, and then a really sort of measured chase.
Cool. Very fortunate there, I think, that didn't deviate too far off the stumps, and Grace Griffiths was able to tidy that one up. Kate Kopak there having a shy at the non-striker's end and hitting the topper leg stump. Just making sure that the Stars are paying attention. Down the ground, and That's really powerfully struck by Dunkley, who can't get it past Gardner at mid-on. Not quite sure about that throw from...
I think she was handing it back to the umpire for the end of the over, wasn't she?
Got stuck in the hand, didn't it?
Yeah. We'll forgive her.
2 balls left in Maddie Villiers' 7th over. Shorter ball, dragged down, I think, would be kind to say, and that's pulled away by Dunkley. She's not going to miss out on those. That's going to be 4 more added to the score. She's going to move to 24. 84 for 2. So yeah, as you said, the girls have gone out there and they've done themselves and their teammates proud in those 4 games. They've picked up the results that they've rightfully deserved as well. Uses her feet again, takes the single down to long on.
Yeah, definitely. You want to be challenged by the best team, so you want to come here to play what is a top of the table clash at this moment in time, but it's an incredibly competitive league. You want to be playing against. Look, Stars look a really, really good team. Like whether they've got their England players available or not, they've got a really solid spine, both with the bat, with the ball, a really varied attacks, and finding Tash Farrant as an opening batter has given them probably solved one of the problems that they had as a team, just trying to work out who partnered Bryony Smith at the top. So we knew we turned up here today to play one of the best teams in the country, if not the best team in the country, and we want to prove that we can compete against that.
Yeah. Grucock continues and Dunkley takes on Scrivens. He's going to have a shy at the non-striker's end. Dunkley gets through, adds another run to her tally. And then the Vipers on Wednesday at Radlett as well, just to round out this first block of 50 over fixtures.
Yeah, so the other team that could probably put themselves in that bracket of arguably the best in the country. They've certainly been the most consistent over the period of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and picked up 3 out of 4, I think, in terms of trophies. So, yeah, again, it will be a brilliant test for us. But whether they have England players or not, they have a fantastic team. So we want to be playing against them. We want our girls to go out there and show what they can do, compete, go toe to toe.
Bit of width on offer that time from Jodie Grucock, and Dunkley can't get it through the offside. Looks like Esme McGregor is getting loose in front of us. So there will likely be a change of bowling. I'd imagine that would be to replace Maddie Villiers, wouldn't you? 7 overs now from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Dunkley takes on Jo Gardner this time, who has a shy. Well fielded there by Cordelia Griffiths. Dunkley's used her feet really well against Grucock in particular, just to take away that impact of spin that did for Tash Farrant. Down the leg side. Obviously a bit of glove or a bit of forearm on that, so no wide signal. So yeah, Vipers next week, and then there's a little bit of a break. I believe there's about a week's break, is there?
Yeah, about a week. I think we've finished on the 8th in the 50 over format, and our first game in the Charlotte Edgeworth Cup T20 is the 19th. So we're in Worcester on the 19th. So that gives us about 11 days, a couple of days off, forcing them to not do something, actively recover from this pretty taxing block. Like, you've played Saturday, Wednesday for 3 weeks, so it's not been easy for any of them. And then we'll go into a period of warm up, play some T20 matches against other regions to get ourselves ready for it, and then we're into that, and the excitement of a good number of standalone, a good number of matches that we're playing as double headers. We've got one up here on the 2nd of June, which will be brilliant. We've really enjoyed the double headers we played up here. You get a nice crowd creeping in during the day, and it's the first time we've played a Sunday. So I think that's the blast-off weekend, isn't it? So to be part of one of the fixtures on the blast-off weekend, we're actually down at Storm on the Thursday before that. So we've got 2 double headers in the blast-off weekend that the girls will love being part of. You want to play on occasions like that, and be able to entertain the people that come into the ground. So playing it here on a Sunday, I'm hoping will help us get a few more people in for both the games.
Esme McGregor to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Starts straight, beats Gardner. Scrivens gives strike, but I think the ball's going to win, and it does just beat the captain to the line. It's going to be 4 more for Dunkley, 4 more for the Stars. Maybe a little bit over-pitched by Esme McGregor first up, but Dunkley's looked really good. 23 now off 32. Yeah, the success really of in my opinion, the biggest success of the 100 in its entirety has been those double-header games, or the inception of that double-header game. I don't know. You'd have to forgive me whether they would have occurred pre the 100. I guess there might have been a couple, but
no, there's been history where the Kia Super League would have played a couple of double headers. I know a number of counties have done it in the past as well. There's a showcase event, but certainly in terms of competitive cricket, it's really taken off in the last 4 years.
Single down the ground, and to have the Blast and the Charlotte Edwards Cup kind of marry up those fixtures is great. And as you said, there'll be a young and excitable and an educated crowd here at Wantage Road on the 2nd of June that will undoubtedly grow and build as the fixture goes on. And she said, hopefully there's a lot of people then that go away from this game on the 2nd of June and go, you know what, I'm a Sunrisers fan now.
Yeah, that's the hope, and it's almost an accidental finding. I think with the 100, the plan was they were going to be standalone games. They were going to play them at some of the smaller grounds. Our friend COVID got in the way, and the idea of, well, let's set up one ground, kind of accidentally found out that there's a huge value in it. So it's something that we'll definitely use to grow the game going forward.
Shorter ball, which hasn't quite got up, but well played by Davidson Richards, who pulls that out to deep square. Yeah, as you said, a happy accident, really.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a key part of a lot of the conversations about how we grow the game going forward. Obviously, post this structure and going into the tiered structure of how counties use their 2 teams.
Nicely played down the ground by Dunkley, takes the single. 95 for 2. So have you completely figured out the ins and outs of the Darwin report and what that means for
Absolutely
the Sunrisers?
not.
No, okay, fine.
No, it's...
I've tried and I can't quite kind of figure it out, but I just thought I'd ask the question.
The key thing for us right now is we've got cricket going on, and that we're focusing on preparing for the next game and playing when we get out there. I think that the reality is there's still a lot of unknowns globally. When I say globally, as in across the national landscape. And how does Tier 2 fit in? Where does the pathway leading into the top level? How will we have those wraparound support systems from your marketing, from your commercial, from your operations teams? How does that all sort of marry together to provide a platform for the cricket that we're seeing here? That the cricket product is so good now. It's been invested in for the last four years. By the time we get to changing over the structure, it would have been 4.5 years of investment into this system. And you can see that the cricket is working. You can see, not just from a Sunrisers perspective, but you can see the talent and the strength in depth that someone like South East Stars have developed, that there's the cricket just needs that platform. So there's a lot of questions being asked, and over time, hopefully answers will come to that. So how do we give it that platform? How do we take what we have and elevate it to the level that it should be?
Yeah, absolutely. Change of bowling from the David Capel end. It is going to be spin. Joe Gardner is going to have a bowl. You highlighted the fact she picked up 2 key wickets against the Stars. Oh, there's a chance for a run out, and that might have been close. Dunkley stretching for her ground. Fortunately, I think that's Maddie Villiers there that couldn't quite get that throw on target. The running has been fairly frantic throughout the entirety of the day. I don't know whether that's been because of the nature of the pitch. That's a nice shot by Davidson Richards. Just gives herself a bit of room. opens up the offside and pierces the gap through cover and brings up the 100 for the Southeast Stars.
Yeah, it's a feature of the modern way of playing. Is you want to take on those ring fielders. Certainly the straight ring fielders. You with the momentum you back yourself to get to the other end.
Down the ground. That's gone almost through Scrivens, who looks like she's hurt herself there. I don't know whether that's just hit the knee or the ankle. 1 run taken, 1 run added to the score. They're hard, those cricket balls, aren't they?
Way too hard. That's why we're sat up here.
A look for a single in the offside, but Davidson Richards says no. Yeah, I've ditched my team off today to come back up to Northampton instead.
A nice warm commentary box.
It's all right up here,
seems
isn't
quite
it?
attractive. It's actually almost on the stuffy side, isn't it?
Or we can turn the air conditioning on if you like.
Look at me. We have 1 day of sunshine and I'm already complaining.
I'm just enjoying being warm. I've got 3 layers on here just to enjoy it. But yeah, I can turn the air conditioning on for you if you'd like.
We're all good. We're all good. That said, I do need to go for a walk in order to get a wicket, don't I?
Carry on. Dunkley uses her feet once again. Plays that down to long on. Picks up the single. 7 runs coming off Joe Gardner's first over. And Stars are 102 for 2. Require 121 now to win. Yeah, if you feel like you need to go and do a lap just to pick up another one.
Pick up another wicket or two. Yeah, I feel like we've like a bit like Jodie Grucock's spell. She opened with a wicket, like instant impact, and then you got to be patient, haven't you, as you bed in for the rest of the spell. So I'm in that patient stage at the moment. I've come on. I've made my impact, and now I just got to build the pressure.
Esme McGregor will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Her first over went 4-7. It's just 3 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. 1 at long on, 1 at deep mid wicket, 1 at deep backward square. And that is powerfully struck back to McGregor, who fields that off her own bowling for a dot ball.
Yeah, one of the challenges when you say like a lowish score that you're trying to defend, that you want to build that pressure, but these 2 batters are so good at finding pockets and hitting the balls to areas that you don't expect to defend, that to build that pressure up is a really difficult task.
Take on Scrivens. It's going to be a chance. It's a direct hit. Dunkley was home. Did have a little glance at the second, but Davidson Richards says no. I think the other thing as well, how aggressive can you be with your fields? You potentially put 4 players out and it becomes knock the ball around for 4 and over, which is just under really what the Stars require. Do you bring the fielders up and all of a sudden you've got 2 powerful batters at strike and you've given 8 or 12 away in an over? It's a tough one to manage, and it's a tough one for Grace Scrivens to sort out this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's probably a combination of the 2, and just like, I guess, having that instinct as to when you push, when you squeeze, when you want to counter punch, and those gambles may not come off, and you sometimes look a little bit silly, but that is the way that proactive captaincy can be.
Full toss from McGregor. That's almost squirted away through the offside. Dunkley didn't get all of it. Maybe for a while, I was a little bit worried that it was close to Cordelia Griffith. As it is, it's going to be 3 runs added to the score. And how much does the operation behind the scenes change for the Sunrisers, changing from 50 over to 20 over cricket? Is there like a noticeable change in training or mindset or anything operational, or not really? Well fielded in on the leg side. Jodie Grucock there, making sure that that's just a dot ball.
Well, one of the challenges is just having 11 days. in that you can't be sitting here now going, let's change what we're doing. Obviously, we've got a clear plan in both formats as to how we want to go about the game. So there will be a point after we finished on Wednesday where we get together and Angie and the coaches kind of flip that switch, if you like. But there isn't a huge amount of time to prepare. We've put in more matches than we have training sessions over that week, because that's probably the key, is being given the freedom to go out there and play. As I imagine you'll see with a lot of teams, there will probably be some tinkering with the personnel, with the order, with which bowlers might bowl at different times. So that's the exciting thing about playing these two formats, isn't it? That you've got players that get to test their game in different situations, in different roles within the team. In about a week's time, we'll flip that switch and move into T20 mode. It's something that we're really keen to show that we can be competitive in a way that our style of cricket is probably better suited to the longer game. We haven't got as many destructive, hard-hitting batters. We definitely have them, but it's trying to put them in the right place in the order and give them the platform to score runs freely, and then as a bowling unit, sort of working out the best way to counter, because obviously you don't want to have to score 180 every week.
Not ideally, no. That's quite a big score, isn't it, in 20 overs? Gardner to continue. Dunkley takes on a single into the leg side. It's not the throw that you want as a wicket keeper, that's for sure.
Thankfully, Amrisa and Kuma was awake, backing up there. Very sharp. They've moved around well. They've pressed in the field.
Yeah, they certainly have. They haven't made it easy for the Stars. Davidson Richards there just drops that one into the offside. As we've said, these two are, well, at the top of the game, really, aren't they? That England internationals, test playing cricketers. Dunkley's 92 England caps across all three formats, and all that experience is, well, coming to the floor, really, isn't it? With just how they're able to maneuver the field, take the singles. Can't get that one down to long on, so that will be a dot ball. Who has the final say in who plays where, if that makes sense? So Dunkley obviously didn't play down at Taunton against Storm last week. That's going to get past Jodie Grewcock and will be another one. And then looking at the Vipers squad, and apologies if I've missed one, but looks like Danny Wyatt's come back in and Maya Boucher's come back in as well. Is that all an ECB kind of, you can play today, you can't play yesterday type thing?
Yeah, you're probably talking to the wrong person, given that we don't have a centrally contracted player in our squad, which in a way means we can get that consistency. But yeah, the England coaches and performance team are very much player by player. What do they need at what time? See, they've got the Pakistan series that starts, I think the first game is next Sunday, if I've got that one right. So they've got that coming up, which means they'll have that balance of which players need a rest and which players need to play some cricket. Obviously to the Vipers to welcome back Danny Wyatt for the first game of the season. It's probably no coincidence, given that there's a series about to start, that she'll want to get some cricket under her belt before she plays in that. So yeah, it's fun, to be honest. We prepare to play them unless we know that they're in camp and they're not going to be there, because they're the ones that you want to test yourself against them.
Of course.
And there will be fantastic world-class players that haven't had the answer against players like Sophia Dunkley in the past. There are also people who figure out a way to get her out. So we want to figure out ways to get the best players out to score runs against the best bowlers, and it's only a good thing for the game to have that quality out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully somebody who has figured out how to get Sophia Dunkley out will be Amu Surankumar. She's replacing Esme McGregor from the Lynn Wilson centre end and starts with a single out into the offside. Tell us a bit about Amu Surankumar.
Oh, such an exciting young cricketer. She's patiently waited. She's done 12 duties for the last 4 games. She's patiently waited for her opportunity, which the Andy and the coaches felt should come today. She burst onto the scene last year, probably more as a seam option. She made her debut 50 over format at Chelmsford against the Vipers. Played a handy cameo with the bat down the order to get us to a defendable score, and took the final 2 wickets to defend it when we beat them. But she's, as we've seen today, she's a fantastic all-round cricketer. She's hits the ball very hard.
Bit of width on offer. Take on Griffiths for the single. Was wide enough to cause Griffith just to get off balance there, unable to get that throw in straight away. So another single taken, 115 for 2.
Yeah, she spent the end of March and beginning of April over in Sri Lanka with the England under-19s, alongside her teammate Jodie Grewcott, but a tour that was very special to her with her family, coming from that part of the world. I know that her parents went over, her extended family were there to see her, so it was very special for her to make her age group debut for England in Sri Lanka. But she performed brilliantly as well, contributed in most of the games that she played in.
Fantastic, and as you said, a really good addition to the Sunrisers squad. I think you could come up with an argument and say that she, based on what we've seen so far today, strikes the ball as hard as anybody else on this field. Those slog sweeps that we saw were, well, really impressive. That one just tailing in towards leg stump, and Davidson Richards just turns it round the corner for a single. This partnership now worth 49. The Stars are 116 for 2 off 25 overs. So the halfway stage, Sunrisers need 8, and the Stars need 107. Davidson Richards on 17, Dunkley on 40. As the players will get themselves a drink and a bit of a regroup. Okay. Fresh from the drinks break, 25 overs remain in the day. Sunrisers earlier today made 222 for 9, and in response, after 25 overs, the Southeast Stars are 116 for 2. The not-out batters, Alice Davidson-Richards on 17 and Sophia Dunkley on 40. The partnership between these two now worth 49. As Joe Gardner is going to continue from the David Capel end. She bowled 2 overs, none for 12 so far. Nicely played down the ground. Certainly looks pretty straightforward for the Stars at the moment as they bring up that 50 partnership. But as you and I spoke earlier, 1 wicket, 2 quick wickets here, which we saw with the change of bowling, didn't we, when Jodie Grucock came on and broke that partnership. 4 for 117 becomes a slightly more challenging situation. We haven't seen Paige Schofield since she left the field with an injury in the fielding innings. So that's almost drifted away from Sophia Dunkley, who yorked herself. Good bit of bowling there by Gardner.
Yeah, looking back at the halfway stage, Sunrisers had 111 on the board. So the runs are not too dissimilar. Our problem was that we were 5 down at that point. So as you say, add a couple of wickets to this and the game is very different.
Nicely played by Dunkley, who's been really proactive in this innings so far. Not prepared to bat in the crease. Quite keen to advance on the spinners. Yeah, in terms of the runs scored, it's pretty even Stevens. You'd say that shot there in particular has been pretty easy for the Stars. That kind of just shimmy into the leg side and that one down to long on. Obviously, what we don't know is if Maddie Villiers was inside the circle as to whether that shot becomes more aggressive and goes past Maddie Villiers and ends up being a 4.
And that's part of the balance here, isn't it? Like you want them to be playing shots that bring in that element of risk while they're comfortable singles on offer. There's less likelihood of them doing that, but you also, while their required run rate is still over 4, you're very much in the game. So you don't want that to be sort of dropping down too quickly.
No, and there is that single once again. Davidson-Richards this time plays the ball down to long on for a single to end the 26th over. 104 now required for the Stars. Over from Joe Gardner, just going for 3 runs.
And a really tight over to come back after drinks, and it's that type of pressure that they need to. That the fielders have a massive role to play here as well. Like wherever you are in the field, any run you can save, any pressure you can put on. Cordelia Griffith has been fantastic in there at extra cover and mid-wicket. Maddie's coming into mid-wicket now, so by putting some of our most dynamic fielders around the pressure. The pressures can be built in a few different ways, can't they? And I think the batters like this, we need to do it as a unit. Every one of those 11 out there.
It's nicely timed into the leg side. The Stars will look for a couple, and Dunkley says no. Won't take on Flo Miller. They've done that once or twice and nearly had their fingers burnt. So they won't take on the Sunrisers number 4. I think the other thing as well, the one thing that could really separate the sides, there was 28 extras conceded in the Sunrisers innings. 29, sorry. So actually in terms of the scorecards, that sits in there in second place in terms of the second biggest contributor to that 222. So far, only 5 extras by the Sunrisers. And if this pitch is as hard to bat on as what it looks like from this distance, 29 runs is quite a lot.
shorter ball from Suren Kumar. And this ball is only going to get softer. So this ball, these two balls, because there's one at each end that they get to use, is only going to get softer. It's only going to take more work to get to the boundary. So that discipline is going to be so important. It's so important whether you're defending a larger score or a smaller score, because it keeps the pressure on.
Nicely bowled, squared up outside edge, which will bring a single to the score. Dunkley now on 42. Yeah, and you can see, can't you, from the two seamers from this end, that bounce and that carry just starting to go out of the game. Appreciate Esme McGregor and Amu Suren Kumar. Probably aren't the tallest seam bowlers of all time. However, those back of a length deliveries are getting to about knee height when they get to the batter. So it's a really good point, and hopefully for the Sunrisers' perspective, it does become harder.
Yeah, and it's been interesting that whilst juggling the pack, they've gone so far with spin from the far end as we sit, and the seam bowlers have come on at this end. Whether there's a switch around at some point.
Uppish, aerially driven through the offside, healthy outside edge by Dunkley, gets it past Grewcock at point, and will add another couple of runs. So you do tend to, there is a very, very slight incline at Wantage Road from this end that we're sat up towards the pavilion. So you do tend to get the taller seamers, or the seamers operate from this end just to get that bit of extra bounce. But then Rob Keogh, who very, very handy off spinner in the championship, he'll bowl most of his overs from this end.
And almost as we speak, we're seeing a seamer come on at the far end. Nick Hancock has operated from that end the whole day. She bowled her first 5 from that end, didn't she? So it's obviously more comfortable. And whilst it's minimal, there is a smaller boundary to the right-hand side as we look, which would potentially play into the spinners wanting to bowl at the top end, or bottom end, as you suggest. The slope is to be believed. Is it ever such a thing as a flat cricket pitch?
Not any that I've batted on, that's for sure.
And that's just the 22 yards, isn't it?
So
Sounds a lot like my game.
I'm lucky if I get a cut strip that looks like the outfield here at Wantage Road. But no, there aren't many, are there?
No, there's always some sort of element, and actually one of the strangest grounds that you come across that we're now getting a bit more used to is Radlett, where we are on Wednesday, where your square is is built up. Mm-hmm. So over time, almost that traditional one where your square keeps going up, so there's an incline at both ends for the bowlers.
Short ball, which Davidson Richards adjusts to. I think Hancock might have just taken the pace off that one. They're going to take on Matty Villiers for a couple of runs, who decides to go to Dunkley's end. Add a couple of runs to the score. That run required now just under 197.
Yeah, so you sit at the pavilion end at Radlett, and you can't see the keeper's feet at the far end. So it takes a bit of getting used to that. You're running uphill both ways, but there's also quite an incline from one end to the other. So as a bowler, it's a difficult pitch to bowl on. As a batter, it's got some really weird dimensions to it. So we've played there a few times now, and we've started to work out a bit better how it suits us, and how you play on it, which hopefully again will play into us being successful on Wednesday.
Short ball again, and that's well picked up by Davidson Richard, who times that well out to Flo Miller just for a single. Yeah, give it another couple of 100 years after they've put the that Surrey loam down on the top of it. There could be quite an issue there at some of these cricket grounds, couldn't they? Like, Amara Carr's not the tallest wicketkeeper in world cricket, and you might just see kind of a head.
We might not even know she's there. And you got someone standing behind the wicketkeeper, and you've no idea they're there. So, yeah, it's a weird ground. One hopefully that we'll continue to be successful at.
Is it a massive difference in terms of getting the game on with the infrastructure that's not there in comparison to? I appreciate I've only been to 2 Sunrises games, one at Chelmsford and one here at Northamptonshire, but is there much of a difference in terms of actually getting the game on?
You did join us at Radlett for a day of training
I
last year,
did,
didn't you?
yeah.
You put
That was
yourself
warm.
you put yourself in the middle against the bowlers, I seem to remember.
Yeah, I think the pitch was about 15 days old, I think.
Yeah, we
That was my
did
excuse anyway.
put you on the bottom pitch, unfortunately, because there was a slight issue with drainage that day, which meant on a very, very hot day, we actually couldn't get out onto the main square to use the hybrid nets. But the match wicket itself is always fantastic, and they do have full-time and dedicated ground staff as most, I guess, leading out grounds tend to have these days. That's investment from the counties. The challenge you'll always get is the drainage at first-class grounds.
Oh, that's shot on the grounds.
On the outfield, like they invest in that. So outgrounds like this, it hasn't taken long for it to dry out. If it stops raining for an hour, you can get on. When you see large amounts of rain at your non-first-class venues, your outground venues, the drainage is normally, in my experience, the first thing that you notice. So what you see in terms of the match pitch is normally of a great quality.
Down the leg side, I think that's just brushed the pad on the way through. They are going to come through for at least a leg bite. It's a leg bite. Hancock just finishing her 6th over, none for 28, off 6, 130 for 2, 93 required, and 22 overs remain in the day. Yeah, I suppose they obviously get the same access to the mowers and the rollers, and so therefore, I guess you expect those 22 yards to be fairly consistent, don't you? But to dig up an entire outfield and put drainage in underneath it suddenly becomes quite questionable for, I'm sure Radlett play a high standard in some Middlesex Premier League or some sort.
Yeah, they're technically Hertfordshire based, but so I think they play in the home counties, but I'm not 100% sure which league they play in. But you're right, it is a challenge, I think, from that perspective. And you see most outgrounds now, they'll have a super sopper, they'll have all of the bits that you need to support the pitch maintenance, but you just can't cover every inch of the area that you need to play. So it's fair to say we're hoping there's a few dry days between now and Wednesday.
Fingers crossed. Kamusa and Kumar to continue into a 3rd over. That's dropped into the offside, and Dunkley will take a single. She'll move to 46, 131 for 2. Still plenty of encouragement out there for the Sunrisers, led by the ever-vocal Grace Scrivens. So the effects mic here at Northamptonshire is very good, and you can, on a non-windy day, you can take yourself right out into the middle with it. That's powerfully struck through the leg side. It has held up a little bit, but I think that's going to beat even the quick Flo Miller down towards a stand in this bottom right-hand corner, which is pretty healthily populated, isn't it, today? There's a good few number of spectators in that bottom corner in the sunshine. Yes,
one of the sunnier stands that, well, I think every stand's technically open today, so you can position yourself wherever you wish, but you want to make sure you get the sun when it's out.
One not quite as well timed by Davidson Richards. The runs required now just 88. Partnership worth 68.
The other thing the effects mic is picking up is the music from this Bite Street Food Festival that's right next to you.
That's why I've not quite had it turned up the whole way through the day. I bet you thought you were going to turn up here and this place was going to be full of food wrappers, didn't you? As I've gone down and sampled every stall.
Looking at the list of vendors that are there, I've been tempted myself, to be honest. And actually, when you asked me, I walked around, so I saw a glimpse of that. And there's a healthy number of people sat on the picnic benches out the back there. And I did see a few wander in earlier, sit down, eat their food, and then wander off again. But at least they've had a taste of cricket in their day.
Yeah, of course. I don't know whether it was... Oh, it's a big shot from Dunkley, eyeing up that 50, play and miss through to Amara Carr.
Keeps you interested, a shot like that, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Certainly does. 87 required. Those runs just ticking down now. Carr and Scrivens in conversation in the middle. Is Grace herself fully fit to bowl? I haven't, she obviously wasn't required at Chelmsford. Haven't seen her on the scorecard that much in terms of the bowling. She's done plenty of batting. I don't know, would she give herself a bowl in this situation?
Yeah, it's always surprising when she hasn't bowled herself. Look, yeah, she's absolutely fine to bowl if she feels she's the right option. One of the challenges you always have as a captain is when you've got a lot of options, sometimes it's you that falls down the pecking order, but she is not shy of turning her arm over and taking the responsibility for the team. So as she shuffles the pack, I'm sure we'll see her at some point. If we don't see her, then it's because she'll be backing the other bowlers to do the job.
It's uppish from Davidson Richards. Oh, it's gone through Joe Gardner at mid-on. Maybe just took her eye off the ball for a short moment and allows the Stars pair to come through and add another single to the tally. Yeah, I guess with two right-handers on strike, as we look out the window here, outside what would be a left-hander's off stump from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and there's quite a lot of rough there. And unfortunately for two right-handers, that doesn't really come into play, whatever type of spin that you bowl.
I'm hoping that Joe Gardner gives you another piece of fielding worthy of a conversation on the podcast later this week.
She was
talking you through that catch. It had hang time, didn't it? That catch.
Having watched the highlights of that game and having seen where the sunglasses ended up, kind of clinging onto Joe's face, it had to be involved in the conversation. It was an almighty effort, having almost run around it, I think, a couple of times.
Yeah, judging it was the hardest part, wasn't it? I wasn't actually at the game, so I've only watched it on TV. Though I've spoke to Joe a little bit about it, but she's a little bit unfortunate that she won't be claiming catch of the day, because Maddie Villiers' effort was stunning and possibly even bettered by at least one of Katie George's grabs in the Sunrisers innings. But the quality of fielding is out there at the moment. A couple of brilliant catches by Stars as well today, I have to say.
Yeah. Short ball, and that's pulled away. Oh, that's gone through the fielder there at square leg, but well backed up in the end. It's that Jodie Grucock there at square leg. Didn't quite look like she wanted that one, as Davidson Richard muscled that one through square leg. Yeah, Joe Gardner herself was on the end of a terrific catch, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Tash Farron. I don't think Joe could have hit that one much harder if she tried, to be fair. And picked out a diving, fully stretched Tash Farron at mid-wicket. Short ball, pulled away again by Dunkley. Big effort this from Nicola Hancock for captain and for the Sunrisers. Coming in, hitting the middle of the pitch. Seeing if there's any life in there. The big scary Australian overseas.
Scary.
Maybe, I don't know.
She might want you to think that.
That's what I assume Australian fast bowlers are. Just terrifying.
Just all Australians. No,
yeah.
We cannot say that. Just disclaimer.
Short again, and it's not far away from Jodie Grucock, who's just gone in front of square that time.
What the Australians are is competitive. So there's never a dead rubber in their world, and that's what we need right now, is someone that will take this game back at Stars.
Yeah, one of those that's going to take this game back at the Stars is going to be the captain. It's almost as if they're listening. I really hope they haven't been throughout the entirety.
Effects might work the other way.
I dreadfully hope it doesn't, Danny.
Well, there's a couple of things I'd like to say to them, so maybe we do.
think there'd be a few sleepy cricketers out there if they've listened to me since 10:30 this morning. Grace Griffiths is going to have a bolt. There she is on screen. She's going to replace Amu Suran Kumar. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 14. So we will get spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Davidson Richards on strike. Partnership now 74. I think this partnership, the bowling partnership, works really well. As you said, all Australians are incredibly competitive. The short time that I got to spend with Grace Griffiths became very aware that she's incredibly competitive. And if the Sunrisers are going to drag this game back by the scruff of the neck, then it feels like these two are the two that are overqualified in order to do that.
Yeah, which one of you ended up owing money by the end of that?
Powerfully struck down the ground. It's half fielded by Nicola Hancock. It was Grace who was offering me 20 quid to hit one over the sight screens. Could have been one of the biggest shots I've ever played in my life, bearing in mind the sight screen was on the ground behind it. But I think she probably knew it was a fairly safe bet.
Yeah, or we pay her too much.
Or that. I only would have been 18 after she's not giving you that £2 coin back anyway.
Yeah, she won a toss again with it today. Think of all the interest I could have earned over the last 3 weeks with that £2 coin.
Could have bought a lottery ticket with it.
I could have. Could have put it all on red, all on black.
Yeah. Shorter ball, bowling into the surface. That one there, not really bouncing at all. Something that I was really impressed with, Kalea Moore's spell. Or down the ground, that's gone up. Nicola Hancock's underneath it. I think there's enough of it. There is. It lands safe. Davidson Richards is going to add another couple of runs to her tally and the Stars. I thought Moore really varied her pace really well. There was the quicker one into the surface. There was plenty of deliveries that just went, wow, put all the effort on it if you want. And I thought it was really, really clever, really smart bowling. Down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide. Again, Davidson Richards uses her feet, takes the single down to long on. Last ball of the 31st over. 6 runs coming off the first 5 balls. Nicely bowled, pace off, which Dunkley plays down the ground and picks up her 50 runs off 66 balls with 3 fours in that innings. A key part of the partnership, worth 75 now with her England counterpart. Sorry, 81 runs the partnership, 75 runs required for the Stars. Nick Hancock is going to continue from the David Capel end. She's bowled 7 overs, none for 33 so far. Couple of quick wickets required here for the Sunrisers. With just 75 runs left on the board. Stranger things have happened. But it's certainly looking like it's going to be the Stars' day at the moment. Dunkley on strike, on 50. It's well bowled and well played, well timed. Takes on Gardner, who can't pick that up clean. Yeah, they've been so aggressive with their running, particularly these two. And they've been so clear with it as well. Like I think there were moments, and I don't think it'd be unkind in saying in the Sunrisers innings where there was confusion between the batters. But these two have been so clear on what they've wanted to do. They've been prepared to take on, mid-off throughout the entirety of the innings. But I guess that, again, that comes down to that experience and the amount of cricket that they have played at this level and higher in comparison to a 17-year-old Amu or a 19-year-old Jody or an 18-year-old Jody Grewcock. Like, there's so much experience there in comparison, which, again, everybody's going to learn from today.
Yeah, and one of the challenges you've got is they're obviously taking on the ring fielders. So you think, well, come in. But they've also proven that they can hit past the ring fielders. So you're stuck in between. Like, are we trying to pressurize in the ring here?
Short ball, and that's hit Dunkley pretty hard. And again, they're going to take that single on as it just drops into the infield. Dunkley threw the shot early.
Feels a bit harsh on the wicket keeper that that's given us a bye, doesn't it? When it's hit Dunkley on the shoulder. I think she just gave it as a bye, and feels a bit harsh. There's not much Amara Carr can do about that.
I wouldn't be happy with that. It doesn't go on in the professional game, which is nice, but my teammates would be the first ones to tell me, oh, you let a couple of byes through today. I was like, well, yeah, but I mean, one came off the armpit of the batter. Short again, and this time straight at Jody Grewcock, who does the fielding. 72 now required for the Stars. 18.2 overs remain in the day. That run rate for the first time just dropped under 4 and over, 3.93. If the Sunrisers can put together 3 or 4 tight overs here, then it's going to quickly go back the other way. Big drive by Davidson Richards, who can't get it past Scrivens at mid-off. There will come a stage, if this continues, where Sunrisers and Scrivens will have to twist slightly, won't they, with their field and actually try and be extra aggressive, try and force the hand of the Stars and see if they can kind of bring these overs back into play. As yet, quite happy to have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Slower ball, well bowled. They're going to take on Gardner again. Who with disbelief has a lay down on the floor. It's got to be frustrating when you're out there and when it feels like you're that close to picking up one of these runouts, that you might get to that ball that fraction quicker than what they've anticipated, and you might hit that one stump and you think, oh, it's so close. And I think that reaction there from Joe, one of possible frustration, I think, that has been taken on consistently throughout the day, and then not picked up that run out. That
you don't like being taken on as a ring fielder, though. It's kind of that pride thing as well. So there's going to be that element of, if I don't want you to take me on, I want to win this battle at the end of the day.
Davidson Richards uses her feet to Scrivens. Can't get the ball past Sir Kumar.
I'm actually quite intrigued about Jo Gardner's fielding position at the moment. She's 10 yards, you say, outside the ring there?
Yeah, very happy to give one. And at that point there, you beg the question that give yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, like my assumption would be that they're hoping that they'll try and go over the top and get it slightly wrong. It'll hold up in the pitch, and maybe seeing how the first innings played out, that could be a very valid approach. But you're going to get taken on every time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the risk, the reward in that is an interesting one, which I'm basically doubting it so that reverse psychology gets a catch.
There we go. They have taken Joe Gardner on. They've got plenty of it, and it's gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, she could have been standing in the Bite Food Festival there, couldn't she?
Yeah, it would not have mattered. That's out of the ground by a distance. That's crashed into the hoardings on the full. Davidson Richards moves to 45. She's 5 away now from her half century. 160 for 2.
Yeah, but it feels like that fielding position she had almost invited that. You wouldn't play that shot if she was on the boundary.
Cricket's an odd sport, isn't it, where it is such a mental game, because neither of them really have looked to play that shot throughout the entirety of this partnership, which is now worth 93. There's been a bit of aggression down the ground, but it's been straighter. And you think, well, there's just a single there to Joe, which they've taken for what feels like the last hour, ball up. It's quite happy to do that. And you think, well, they're not going to try and take on the fielder that's now gone 10 yards outside. Oh, no, there we go.
Yeah.
There's the 6.
Yeah.
It's an odd sport. It's a great sport, but it's an odd one. It does funny things to your head.
And no matter how challenging a batting pitch is, when you have faced 53 or 69 balls on it and you're in a partnership that is approaching its century, you have that comfort blanket of knowing how the pitch is playing, of backing yourself that you'll be able to take it on. So momentum is such a big element of the decisions that you make.
Yeah, change of bowling from the David Capel end. Nicola Hancock will be replaced by leg spinner Jodie Grucock. Do you need to change seats quickly? It works.
I probably do, don't I?
It worked well
I also
last
have
time.
complete faith in Jodie, the magic that she weaves as a bowler, as a quality number 4 batter who has opened the batting for us on a number of occasions. It was slightly ironic to see her in the PCA Team of the Year at batting at number 9 as a result of the wickets that she took in the first 3 rounds of the tournament. Speaking of competitors, though, there's another one.
I'm all for it. Picked up that wicket at Tash Farron with her first ball of her first spell. Can she do it again? It's not bounced at all, is it, that one? Davidson Richards plays that one into the offside. 161 for 2. Grucock's first 5 overs went 1 for 16. Down the ground, over the infield, just evades Cordelia Griffith, who was interested for a short while.
That was definitely a not completely controlled shot there. There's a thick edge as that went over her head. It might feel slightly aggrieved. Every time we did that, it went to hands, and every time they've done that, they must have bigger bats south of the river. Those aerial shots so far have landed safe. That one was definitely a full shot. They haven't played many of them, which I think would be fair to say. They're going to take on Griffiths this time, who just almost has to juggle that to get that into the hand before releasing the throw. Jodie's got quite a lot of turn out of this pitch. The ball for Farron came back a long way. It's the feet again. This time to Nicola Hancock at short cover. And once more, which Grucock and Hancock combine to make sure that that is another dot ball. Davidson Richards now on 47. Will certainly be eyeing up the 50. Other way, bit of frustration that time, and Scrivens with this field placement as well, not allowing that big shot down the ground with long off and long on out at the end of that over. 60 now required. 16 overs remain in the innings. 3.75 runs required. It certainly looks like the less pace you have on the delivery, the harder it is to score runs, and like that's where they came to the fore in the middle overs, that both their spinners operating with with less pace on the ball than we're seeing from some of the off spinners in this innings. That it's hard to get Jodie away. She bottles it. It's just that tiny little bit slower than the others, and makes you make the pace, which on a wicket like this is harder. That's the challenge, is having that confidence of having just been hit back over long on for 6. Can Grace hold it up a little bit and make them do the work?
Yeah, as you said, it's a tactic we've only really seen from Jodie Grucock. As we say that, Scrivens quite happy just to float that one up above the eye line of Dunkley.
I told you this mic goes the other way, this affects Mike, doesn't it?
It does. Maybe they're just patched in, wired into the commentary. As we say that, there is the quicker one, which Dunkley can't quite get hold of. It was shorter, it didn't really bounce, hence why it went back to the bowler. Uses her feet again and runs that one down to long on for a single. I think maybe with a bit of deja vu there in front of us, Joe Gardner might have ended up twisting and falling over on that one as well. I think going back to that catch, it was quite interesting when Joe goes, well, I don't really know how I ended up where I ended up. Oh, that's not bounced at all, has it? Almost gone underground, that one from Scrivens.
Yeah, you watch these catches on the replays and it feels like there's a lot of time, but it happens very quickly in real life. She obviously had to make the decision, try and make the ground, try and judge where it was going to get to. And a lot of that is done on instinct. So to hear her sort of say, I don't know how I got there is maybe not too surprising, but yeah, that out of body experience, she did very well to hold on to it.
Nicely played again down the grounds. 4 singles coming off Grace Scrivens' second over, and that single down to long on brings up the 100 partnership as well between Sophia Dunkley and Alice Davidson-Richards, contributing 47 and 49 respectively. 100 off 120 deliveries. 56 now required for the Southeast Stars, who are 167 for 2. A nice round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground today. You'd think they'd move those picnic benches from the food festival to the point where they could actually watch it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's a great idea to have it on. They've done it most years when we've been up here, actually. I think obviously bank holiday weekends are a nice time to have things to do with the family and go out and do something different. But it's a really nice idea.
Nicely fielded. Maddie Villiers saving her team 1.
I have to say, I'm not tempted to go and get some because the food we got served for lunch here was amazing.
Don't rub it in, Danny.
Yeah. Thank you to the staff at Northampton for treating us. Very nice fajita, almost street food style, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just a wander around the grounds.
Maybe they did go and pick up a very big tub of it.
Nicely played by Davidson-Richards to bring up her 50. Takes the single down to long on and moves to 50 off 63 deliveries, striking at 79. 3 4s and a 6. Could argue that 6 down the ground shot of the day. Another milestone ticked off for these two. 101 run partnership now. 55 required. Oh, it's opposition. It's not far away from Nicola Hancock, who dives into the wicket ends. Can't quite get round to it. And for a long time, the Sunrisers fielder would have been incredibly interested in that off the bat of Sophia Dunkley.
Yeah, again, like I said earlier, it just keeps you slightly interested, doesn't it? There is still a bit to go here.
Felt like that hung in the air for an absolute age, didn't it, considering it just went past Nicola Hancock at short cover.
You said a few overs ago that at some point Grace is going to have to twist, isn't she, and do something. I'd probably quite like to see these middle long on and long off come up for a bit here, make them do something to score those singles. See, the risk is that the runs come a bit quicker.
Yeah.
But we've got to do something to try and get some wickets. So it'll probably be the good time to really put that squeeze on. Looks like Maddie Villiers is coming back on, so it'll be interesting to see what field she sets.
Yeah, Scriven so far happy to rotate her pack and see what might work. Gone back to one of her two frontline spinners in Maddie Villiers. I think that the field placement's a really interesting point, and at all level of cricket, sometimes you watch it from a window, and sport is such an easy game when you're sat like outside of whatever sporting arena that you're playing. But you sometimes watch the field placements and you think, why didn't you do that 10 runs ago? The 99 for me is a classic. All of a sudden the batter gets to 99 and we'll go, oh, we'll bring everybody in now. It's like, well, yeah, but 96 to 99 is quite difficult as well. Why have we waited for this to happen?
Yeah, as you say, it's very simple sat up here, isn't it? To have an opinion on the right thing to do, that you've got to have a gut feel when you're in the game.
Shorter ball, pulled away, but nature of the speed of this pitch, the pull shot pretty much went through the legs of Alice Davidson-Richards for a single down the ground.
And interestingly, we've now got, so Maddie's kept her mid off up in the circle. With assumedly, yeah, 3 out, I think, at the moment. There's
yeah, we've got no one.
Mid wicket and the long on.
So yeah, the first moment for the Sunrisers to twist. Pace off by Maddie Villiers, really nicely bowled.
Yeah, I wonder if that cover can come into the ring as well now. It's going to take a great shot with the pace of the wicket and the
against the spin as well.
Against the spin.
Gosh, gone. Edged, caught behind. Maddie Villiers picks up the wicket. Davidson-Richards has got to go for 50. Have the Sunrisers got a life? The Stars now 3 down for 172, and that 105-run partnership is broken with another bowling change.
And the funny thing is, having just said around cover being out, having cover out probably gave her the option to play that shot.
Yeah.
So there's obviously plus and minuses to every decision. You can argue your way in or out of anything. Maddie kept her nerve, kept plugging away, and you've got to give the girls credit. It hasn't looked easy, as you said a few times. These are two world-class cricketers. Like, you don't play 90 plus times for your country before the age of, well, I'm trying to do some maths because I've known Sophia since she was in the under 11s at Middlesex. So I feel like I've known her forever, but I'm going to say she's probably 27, 28 now. And I hope I haven't made her too old in that. Maybe that's more a reflection of how old I am. And
25.
25. Oh, sorry, Dunks. Oh, sorry, Dunks. She, she's 25 and she's played 92 games for England.
Yeah.
Like, and you don't get that experience without being a fantastic cricketer, do you? Like, and Alice Davidson-Richards, she's probably one of the unluckiest cricketers out there. Like, the skill and the quality that she has as a player, to have only played a handful of games for her country, to really have only featured in red ball cricket, which, as we know, is very limited in the women's game. She's probably just wrong place, wrong time in her career, because she's a really experienced, and they just had so much control about them in that partnership, didn't they? They didn't look to take too many risks when they knew a couple of wickets had gone down. Yep. You had to steady the ship.
Phoebe Franklin, the new batter for the Stars, successfully defends the final ball of Maddie Villiers' 8th over. 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 34. That second wicket the one of Alice Davidson Richards. I do hope that Paige Schofield is all okay. Obviously slid down the order, and I think I'm convinced that's not her doing an energetic warm-up.
We're a really long way away here, so I'm not sure I can tell you. It doesn't look tall enough for me, but then everyone over there looks like a dot. So I think I'll be honest, I didn't actually see the moment that she got injured in the field. They've got a very very long batting card to come. Whether Paige is coming in, Phoebe Franklin's been in fantastic form, and for the game, it's good to see her back. She missed most of last season, with an injury, so to see her back in is great for the game. They've got Ailish Cranston to come, so I suspect that's probably Ailish over there, left-handed batter, which will change the dynamics slightly. Very busy when she gets to the crease.
Dunkley uses her feet and gets that past Grucock for a single down. It's a long off.
Yeah, all the way to the point that I think if Paige does come in at some point, they've got Alexia Stonehouse carded to come in at 10, and she's opened the batting for them in the past. So
last week, I think.
Probably last week. Tash Farrant, the new opening batter, came back in this week, but it's the task doesn't get easier by taking one wicket. We knew when we walked out there that we had to take 10. So you're not winning this game by defending 2-2-2. You're taking 10 wickets, and that task is the same. So new batter on strike. They've rightly given Dunks the single. Now we've got mid on and mid off up. Bit of cover out there on the cover boundary. Someone out on the mid wicket boundary.
Yeah, and Phoebe Franklin's got to start on a pitch that's turning. It's slow, it's low, it's not easy, is it, to get going? There'll be a bit more pressure on Dunkley's shoulders now to allow Franklin to settle and start her innings. She defends that one into the leg side. That wicket and these couple of overs of top balls, that run rate's now back up to 4. It's aerial down. It's a long on. Again, wasn't far away from Joe Gardner, who's just on the edge of the circle, the 30-yard circle. Another moment there worth noting is that Davidson, Richards and Dunkley probably would have run that. Less keen to take a risk, having just lost the wicket of Davidson, Richards, and Phoebe Franklin's off the mark. She turns that one into the leg side for a single.
Off the last ball of the over, so she's facing up to assumedly Maddie Villiers. I imagine, having made the breakthrough, she's going to bowl through and hopefully pick up another couple before she finishes, to give her team a chance, give us a chance to really squeeze here.
Yeah, it feels like these two, Grucock and Villiers, kind of hold the key, don't they? In these next 4 overs, these next 24 deliveries could be absolutely massive in the context of this game. Good cricket, last ball of the over to, well, firstly, it was a good shot by Franklin, but good for the Sunrisers to allow her to get off strike and get down the other end, and then have to face up against Maddie Villiers. And then where are you looking after these two? Is it Hancock and Scrivens again for you?
We've talked about the lack of pace, and that's where the challenge comes.
Down the ground, there's a big vacant pocket down in mid-wicket, but Flo Miller is patrolling the leg side boundary. Make sure that that's restricted down to 2.
Is there a blade of grass Flo Miller hasn't covered today?
No, she's been all over the place.
Nick Hancock has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. She's played a lot of T20 cricket in the Women's Big Bash. So taking the pace off and defending at the end, I imagine if you're hoping to take this game as deep as you can't probably burn her now.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're probably seeing one or both of McGregor and Sue and Kumar come back on and just try and bowl stump to stump, get really straight.
Yeah, changing the field. Those fielders on the leg side have come straighter. It's dropped the length by Villiers that time. It's well fielded by Griffiths. Got Kate Kopak as well.
I was about to say that said. I've missed out on Kate Kopak there, who can bowl that magic ball.
Nicely timed, nicely placed as well. I think that's going to be 4. I don't think Griffiths is going to chase that one down. She isn't. And that's going to be Phoebe Franklin's first boundary of her innings. She moves to 70, and with that 7, apologies, would have been a good innings.
That would have been a really 70 off 9.
Things you dream of.
I'm pretty sure we've seen that on the IPL, haven't we, this time around?
Feels
There's
like
been
it, doesn't it?
was it 125 off one power play or something stupid like that. You probably follow it more than I do, but like, there's a time when you didn't score 125 in 20 overs.
I think it's like batting in the middle lane of the M1 at the moment, I think, in India.
I'm not sure you see on TV quite how small the boundaries are either, so
No.
let's not get too carried away.
Flat as pancakes, small boundaries. Who wants to be a bowler anyway? Karen Ball from Villiers pushes it through, gets Franklin on the pads, but always going to be sliding down and missing leg stump. End of the over. Villiers has bowled 9 now, 2 for 40. 39 overs have been bowled, 11 remaining. And the Stars require 43. Dunkley currently 60 not out. Franklin on 7. Looks like it is going to be Guok to continue from the David Capel end. She's got 2 left, 1 for 24 so far. Going at 3 and over, which is exactly what the Sunrisers need. 3 and over and less for these last 2 would be ideal. Flighted delivery. Dunkley takes the single. Franklin will face up against the leg spinner. Those fielders at long off and long on come up inside the circle. An attempt to keep Franklin on strike. Solid in defence, back to the bowler. Yeah, it's been a decent backing track today throughout the course of the game with whoever's been controlling the stereo and the food court. Down the ground, gets enough of it. Beats Joe Gardner, a couple of bounces, 4 runs down the ground for Phoebe Franklin. She moves to double figures, 11 off 13, uses her feet well. That's something I think, looking back and comparing the 2 innings, the willingness and the successfulness of actually using the feet from the batters for the Stars has been noticeably different to those of the Sunrisers. Sunrisers looked quite keen to play the spinners from the crease. Sweep shot. Oh, it's gone up. Wasn't far away from Amara Carr. She was interested for a short while. Can be 1 run added to the score.
And I wonder if that's a reflection of the relative pace of the spinners. Obviously, slightly different in Jodie Grewcock's case, but the pace off makes it more of a risk to be coming down.
Again, down the ground again. Dunkley takes the single down to long on. I think as well, you get the benefit of hindsight. The Stars were out there for 50 overs. They saw how that pitch played. They bowled on it. They would have got feedback from the bowlers, the wicket keeper. I'm sure there's analysts on site that would be feeding that information back as well. Oh, it's gone through Amara Carr. Don't know what that might have hit, if anything. Going to be another couple added to the tally, and it's given us leg byes.
Yeah, when you know what you're dealing with, obviously Danny Gregory turning it away from the right-handed batter would have had that element of jeopardy if you're coming down the wicket using your feet. So I think, yeah, probably also just reflection of the slightly different approaches that these individual batters have. Like Stars do generally want to hit straight. That's something that they do quite a lot of. Whereas our players coming in the middle order, they want to go squarer, they want to sweep, and that might just be slightly different approaches. Obviously, we didn't see anyone from our top 4 go on and go big, and therefore it's a slightly skewed
fair point.
argument that if Grace Scrivens was still out there, or if Cordelia Griffith or Maddie Villiers was still out there, would they have played it differently?
Down the leg side, good take by Amara Cart. Last over for Maddie Villiers, and that is pace off. Flighted delivery, which Griffith get round. Fields that well, make sure that's only a single. Gets the new batter, Franklin, on strike. Only faced the 15, but has got 12 in this short stay. 32 runs required for the Stars. Face off again and nicely played by Franklin.
I feel like she's faced most of this partnership. It doesn't feel like she was in too long ago, but I've seen a lot of the ball.
Yeah, the partnership worth 19, faced 22 balls, and as you rightfully pointed out, Franklin's faced 17 of those 22.
So you have the stats, I just guess. That's much better.
Thing is, when it's an educated guess, it works really well. And what I've done there is I've just cemented and certified what you knew anyway.
I appreciate what you've done there. Thank you.
You don't know whether I've made it up or not, but
very good point. Yeah, you have a laptop in front of you.
It's there on the screen. I'd love to say I've made it up, but I don't think I'm that creative. Down the ground, powerful shot.
We do pay you to say what is actually going on, not making it up. I didn't realise that the job of the commentator was to make it up, but you probably should get paid more for that. That's going to be harder work, isn't it, if you have to make things up as opposed to actually say what you see? Yeah,
it becomes a slightly higher day rate. Oh, down the ground again. Franklin takes on Gardner. There's a chance for a run out if she hits, and she doesn't. Franklin gets through for the single off the last ball, so she will keep the strike. 31 required, 192 for 3.
That's Maddie Villiers' spell. So we'll now have to see who they are going to turn to at this end. I wonder if it might be, given that we're in the 40, it will be the 43rd over by that point. Do they go back to Kate Kopak? The one interesting factor long term. Obviously, the game looks like it's going one way. We never give up, so you never know. It'll be a fantastic one to win this. Is Stars haven't completed this win with a bonus point. If they do get over the line, which in a season where people are beating each other on a quite regular basis, to stop your opposition picking up bonus points may count in the long term. That said, we definitely haven't given up here. So bit of Jodie Grewcock magic.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone straight back. I don't know whether that was a bump ball. Gauging by the reaction of a few out there.
I don't think it was, judging by how they've reacted. It did come back fast, but it came back straight at her, didn't it? Which she'll be disappointed.
I'm sure we'll get a replay if we can. Just kept low, turned away from Franklin. I don't think it was. Just judging on the speed of which it went back to Jodie Grewcock. Down the grounds is a fielder down there patrolling the boundary, so it's just going to be a single added. And that could have been that moment of magic, couldn't it? That moment of madness that suddenly galvanizes an 11 and puts a bit of pressure back on the opposition. And at this stage here, you have to be perfect, really, don't you? You can't afford it's not far away again from Grewcock, and Dunkley's played that shot.
Do you get obstruction in this sport? Like I feel like she's got half a chance of getting that until the non-striker conveniently stands in her way.
I think you do. I think it normally goes in favour of the batters, though. Oh, it's not bounced at all. Well taken by Amara Cart. So I think if Jodie had got in the way of Phoebe Franklin and then Phoebe Franklin had been run out, I think there would be an argument for obstruction. Did Ben Stokes? That's a cracking shot through the covers, isn't it, by Franklin? And that's going to race up towards that Comsave stand. It's going to be 4. Griffiths can't call that one back. Stokes? No, he was handled the ball, wasn't he, when that got thrown back at him? But I've got a feeling, I want to say he got given out obstructing the field, but I don't know whether that's the same instance.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was one ages ago. I feel like Paul Collingwood was involved in one ages and ages ago at the Oval.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, that we're talking many years ago, where I think he may have taken out the batter as he was trying to complete the single.
Let's have a look and see who Grace Scrivens is going to throw the ball to, and it is going to be her opening bowler, Kate Kopak. Haven't seen her since the opening spell this afternoon. She's bowled 3 overs in this innings, 3 overs, none for 16. Is it Kopak or Kopak?
Kopak.
I thought it was.
I believe it is anyway.
Yeah.
There were some questions about that on the stream when we were in Sparks, and I was like, considering she's called Copy, I'm confident though. I haven't ever actually walked up to her and said, I'm going to double check that Kopak is your name. She is Kate Kopak.
Oh, good.
Unless she tells me otherwise later.
Well, that with 2 P's, I guessed at Kopak, and I find pronunciation of names sometimes so difficult, and sometimes it can be such a sensitive matter as well. I've got an absolute stinker of a surname, and I've come to the stage in my life that you'll do really well to offend me if the pronunciation's wrong. But I appreciate that's not the case for everybody. Kopak is into bowl, and when you suddenly hear through the effects mic a different pronunciation of something, you go, have I been saying that wrong the whole time? I'm glad we're on the same page.
No, we are. Her nickname's Copy, so it would be really weird if it was Kopaki, wouldn't it? That would be.
Yes, it would. Dot ball to start her second spell. Dunkley on strike on 64. And that's turned into the leg side. That's well picked up by Joe Gardner, who covers a lot of ground from long on. Make sure that's only a single. Just going to have a look and see how many runs Sophia Dunkley has scored through that kind of long on to deep mid-wicket region.
I'm going to suggest probably over 50% of her runs, and the other 50% were taking on the cover or the mid-off fielder, I reckon.
Yeah, so 65 currently not out. If my maths are right, 36 of those have come through that region, and then a further 12 have come through that cover boundary, cover region. It's been productive. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a couple of leg byes, I think, added to the score as Amara Carr gives chase. It's half a chance for a run out, but Phoebe Franklin gets back. 199 for 3. No, 200. 201. I apologize. 200 up for the Southeast Stars. 22 runs required now for victory at Wantage Road. 42 and a half overs. Shorter ball, width on offer. Franklin can't get that through the offside. Just the 3 fielders outside the circle for the Sunrisers. Good Yorker from Kate Kopak in the block hole at the shoelaces of Phoebe Franklin. So that will be a dot ball. Those fielders outside that 30-yard circle. I apologize. There are 4, in fact. There is one at deep third, one at deep cover, one at deep backward square, and one at deep mid-wicket. 22 required. Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW. Swing from Kate Kopak back into Phoebe Franklin. Wraps her on the pads. I think it was sliding down, so there wasn't really much of an appeal in the end. But encouraging signs. I know you mentioned about the bonus points, but net run rate as well is going to be important here, isn't it? And we spoke about the field placements and, well, do you just bring them all in and kind of go, well, go on then, let's really squeeze this. But actually, if the Stars then go on and just go, well, boundary, 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 chase this down with 6 overs to spare, you're suddenly going, well, that bonus point, we've done so well to defend, we've kind of given it back by adding another 1 on that net run rate as well.
Yeah, there's complexity, isn't there? When you look at a league season, I suppose it's, well, you're certainly not going out there saying, well, just make sure you defend it. You keep them away from the bonus point. You're going out there to win the game, and that will still be the plan. The plan will be that if we can squeeze, it's a tougher and tougher job the bigger the partnership builds. But if you can squeeze, then you get a chance to obviously knock it off in your own favour.
Esme McGregor back into the attack, this time from the David Capel end. Dunkley starts with another one of those Dunkley singles into the leg side. Gets up the other end, ticks another run off the board. 202 for 3. 21 runs now required. Just inside 7 overs left in the innings as well. I got it wrong last time, but I do think there's only 3 outside the circle this time. And that's width on offer. It's cut away out to Kate Kopak, who's on the boundary in front of the cinch stand.
You can see Joe Gardner's currently moving back out from mid on to long on. So that was the 4th that had been out for Dunkley and changed for Franklin.
Hancock just moving from the offside to the leg side as well, just to attempt to plug that gap. $20 required for the Stars. And again, width on offer, which is half fielded by Cordelia Griffith.
It has looked slightly tough fielding on the square, hasn't it? Given the amount of rain that's been around, it looks fairly lush. There's the 2 bowling strips just in front of Cordelia there that possibly plagued her slightly as it came across the not so solid square at the moment.
And again, well fielded by Griffith, this time in front of that patch. Yeah, we haven't quite got to the stage of, we're fielding next to the hard wicket ends, have we? Just yet. But they're 2 really defined practice strips, aren't they, at Wantage Road? They obviously haven't been rotated yet up here for Northamptonshire. It's nicely played, nicely timed into the leg side. It will just be a single. And that one in particular that Cordelia Griffith was stood behind, they look really pronounced, don't they, those footholes?
Yeah, they've been used quite a bit today by the bowlers for bowls through as well. So it's difficult. We turned up this morning and every inch of this square had sheets on it, didn't it? So they would have been on for a couple of days. It didn't stop raining here yesterday.
Oh, slower ball, and there's a big appeal for caught behind, and it's given. Sophia Dunkley's got to go for 67, and Esme McGregor is rewarded. Her hard work pays off. Amara Carr up to the stumps, gets the outside edge for Sophia Dunkley, and the Stars are 4 down for 205, still requiring 18 to win. That plan there, those wide Yorkers that Esme McGregor's been bowling throughout this over, just caused a slight misjudgment from Dunkley, who's been fantastic. Let's not underestimate the impact that Sophia Dunkley's had on this game. She's made 67 in a run chase of 223, part of a 105-run partnership with Alice Davidson-Richards, and leaves the ground to a healthy round of applause. But the plan worked. Change of bowling. I know it was a forced one because Jodie Grewcock had bowled her 10 overs, but those wide Yorkers that Esme McGregor was bowling in that over gets the reward.
There's a glimmer, isn't there? Door's slightly cracked. Obviously, there's no margin for error in here. Some big conversations going on, as we suspected. Looks like Ailish Cranston has come out to bat. Brings you a new challenge, being the left-hander.
Yeah, I think that could be a very interesting conversation, particularly if Cranston gets on strike from this end. Do you go back to one of your finger spinners with the rough outside off stump rather than with your seamer from Kate Kopak? But that said, that last ball of Kate Kopak's previous over swung a long way back into the pads of Phoebe Franklin. We've not really seen much seam actually through the course of this game. Sorry, swing even. So maybe Kopak's just found something a little bit different.
It's because you're saying her name right, Dan.
Well, it could be.
The key to all of this.
Pronunciation is key.
Franklin certainly looked dangerous since she came in. She's driven really well through the covers, and quite sensibly. Still got some protection out there for Copy.
It's played off the back foot. I think if we are going to see that swing, Kopak's going to have to get the ball a bit fuller than what we've seen in these previous two deliveries. The mindset of the Stars, I've been impressed with it. I thought Bryony Smith on a pitch that was sticky, it was hard to get going on, was very aggressive, and I think it was kind of what was needed at the top of the order to take a risk. It might not have worked, but it did. Well, there was nearly a chance for a run out, but Griffiths can't quite gather that one cleanly, and it worked really well for the Stars and probably put a lot of momentum back in their court. Then you had that partnership between Dunkley and Davidson-Richards that was timed perfectly. There was no real risk or aggression kind of used throughout it. And it felt like Franklin, with the wickets left in the hutch for the Stars and with kind of relatively few runs required to win, came out and again just turned the screw again, took that momentum away, having picked up the wicket of Davidson-Richards. I thought it was a really good call by Franklin to go out and be positive.
It helps when you're slightly ahead of the 8-ball, and it's nothing unexpected to see Bryony Smith come out and attack at the off, and that's what Tash Farrant has been given the license to do as our opening partner this season. So it's no surprise from a Stars team that scored 294 last week and only faced 44 overs in doing it. You know what you're going to get, don't you? In that respect, I think we'll probably reflect back and go that we maybe didn't make it as hard as we could do for them there, and it just let them get slightly ahead of the game. Like the reality is here, early wickets would be useful, but run rate also plays a big part in a defence like this. So in the search for those early wickets, we allowed them to get just slightly ahead of the game, and they've been able to be comfortable since then.
Cranston defends the first ball of her innings from Kopak. Those fielders at cover and mid-wicket have just come a little bit closer. Flo Miller in particular at short cover is a long way in there, just for the one that might hold up on the surface. Whether Cranston's just going to push at one from Kopak, get caught short cover. That's full and wide. Nicely played by Cranston to get off the mark. She's going to look for a couple. She's going to come back and take on the fielder. Mara Carr can't gather it clean. And it is 2 runs added successfully to the score. You said Cranston was going to be busy, proactive when she came to the crease and took on Amu Surin Kumar there for 2, which I don't think Franklin was that keen on the second. Turned around the corner. The wrong line that time from Kopak. Cranston adds another run to the score. 14 now required for the Stars. 5 overs remain. 209 for 4. Franklin 21, Cranston 3. And McGregor will continue from the David Capel end. And what will the conversations be post game at Northampton for the Sunrisers? As you said, still got 5 overs to go. Stars still need 14.
When we win it, it will be a very buoyant dressing room. Look, Andy is very level in how he and the team respond. The reality is that you have a plan, and then you measure how you did against that plan, whether you've come out with a win or a defeat. So, whichever way this goes, it will be a similar conversation, because there's always something you can learn. You've said it a few times. They're a young team, and we've got some experienced heads in there. Someone like Nick Hancock being around the group is fantastic. Amara Carr's played a lot of cricket now behind the stumps, and Cordelia Griffith has obviously been around for a while. And you've got players such as Grace and Maddie who've been around different England setups. So there's plenty of other people out there that bring that experience. But that said, the actual age and the actual amount of time they spent playing cricket under pressure is minimal. And you got a 19-year-old in Esme McGregor running into all these pressure overs. That's the exciting thing about this team. That the ceiling is so high, and to where these young players can go with the right direction, with the right support. They're learning every time they play.
Oh, it's a great Yorker from McGregor, and it's well dug out by Cranston. This second spell from Esme McGregor, with a really clear plan of what she's being asked to do or what she's doing herself, has been brilliant. It's been 8 deliveries. It's gone for 4 runs and picked up the massive wicket of Sophia Dunkley. Oh, it's another absolute cracking Yorker that Cranston gets enough bat on it to get past the wicket keeper for a single. 13 now required.
And it's interesting, so we were talking earlier around the seamer approach from this end, and the spin approach from the other end, and then we've seen it change up slightly with Nick Hancock came back on. Now we're seeing Esme bowling from the far end. Actually she looks more comfortable at that end, doesn't she? She looks like she's got a rhythm there that she might not have had coming up the hill from this side.
Yeah, and I wonder as well whether with that really clear plan as well, it takes potentially a little bit of confusion out of the mind as well. It's like, I'd like you to bowl Yorkers, please. Okay, that's fine, I can do that. Whereas she came on a lot earlier in the piece against a partnership that was building nicely, and this stage of the game adds pressure for both sides, doesn't it? Again, another good Yorker. Oh, and looks like Kopak and Griffiths might have just confused themselves a little bit there. They're going to take 2, which is not really what you're after. Going to take that down to 11.
And that didn't really do justice to how well Esme bowled down. You're spot on. There's that danger that you caught between stick and twist, isn't there, at certain points in the game, and that's only natural when you're searching for wickets, but you're defending a score. Now you know what the situation is.
Oh, again, another good Yorker that's gone through the hands of Esme McGregor on the follow through fantastic effort to get 2 hands down there in the first place, but unfortunately can't quite cling on. I think as well, like it's nervy for both teams. I know now it's 11 runs required, but actually when 25 were there and the Stars had just lost their 2 England big name players, there definitely would have been a moment where you'd go, do you know what? 25 feels like it could be a lot actually on this pitch.
I have to say, if Esme had held that, you might have had to have a special guest on your
I
podcast
reckon.
this week to talk you through that catch, because that would have been a stunner. But look, as you say, she's come on, she's bowled 2 overs in this spell. She's pretty much arrowed in on the stumps every single ball and started to build that pressure, like we said before. And the reality is that we've said your teammates need to back you up in the field. They're doing that as best they can. There's pressure on everyone out there at the moment, and there's still 11 runs to be had. Obviously, there's 4 overs remaining, so you know where you would want to be, but things change quickly.
Yeah, maiden here from Kate Kopak. Suddenly 11 off 3 becomes a slightly more challenging and daunting situation. Be interesting to see where the fielders go. Scrivens and Villiers in conversation, making sure they get that field right. 2 outside the circle that I can see from our window. 3 now as Nicola Hancock makes her way down towards deep mid-wicket. There'll be a deep backward square, a deep third. So there will be 3. I'd be surprised if we go for 4 as it is. Amusa and Kumar's coming up inside the circle. So there will just be 2 out, both on the leg side.
I guess you've got one there for the slight miss on length and slight miss on line for the right arm over coming into the right arm round, coming into the left-handed batter.
Oh, it's another really good Yorker from Kopak that Cranston's done really well to dig that one out. I think she might need to be checking the toe guard on that cricket bat at the end of the day, because she's dug out probably about 6 or 7 Yorkers now over the last couple of overs. Good start from Kopak. Oh, and missed the length and it's gone down the ground. I was just thinking you don't want to miss your length with a Yorker. As it is, it's held up. One thing that's kind of become noticeable with these 2 in comparison to Davidson, Richards and Dunkley is they've batted from their crease. It's just allowed the ball to do a little bit more off and more likely in the surface here at Wantage Road. It's made it look a little bit more challenging. 9 required now. And a lovely looking shot through the covers, which can't beat Flo Miller. Good response from Kate Kopak. That swung away on the leg side. It's gone through Esme McGregor, and that's going to be really well run by the Stars. They add 2 to their tally and takes the required runs down to 7. 216 for 4. McGregor will be pretty disappointed there that one's just gone through her at square leg. She's fielding on the end of that Hessian matting, which has an ability just to cause a bit of indecision. Swung away down to fine leg. That will just be 1. 6 now required. 3.1 overs to go. Hat-trick would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
That would be handy. That would make the game interesting.
Might have to be a team one, as she's only got one left in this over, but a wicket will keep everyone interested. The crowd have been treated to a tense finish here. It's not as easy as it looks. I said some really great learnings are going to come from this. Actually, the way we've bowled under pressure at the end, if we could have taken that into different phases of the game.
And there is a dot ball to finish. So 3 overs to go, 6 runs required.
I was going to say during that last over, it'd be interesting to see, as well as Esme McGregor has bowled, that top end has been Nick Hancock's preferred end, and she's, we said before, an experienced campaigner in T20 cricket, closes out the game regularly, so she looks like she's coming back on. Time for her to take a hat-trick.
Absolutely, yeah. She's got 2 left. And obviously, if it is to go the distance, she will bowl this and then the last.
I can tell you what, if this goes the distance, then it's one of the best games of cricket that we're going to have the joy of watching.
Yeah, I think you sit here now, don't you, and you look at it and you go, maybe an over ago would have been a really good idea, but then you just end up giving Esme McGregor almost a 1 over spell, and you think, well, that's a bit unkind.
Yeah, she bowled really well. I wondered if they were going to bring Nick on at the end that Coppy's just bowled at, just to. That would have worked out with numbers, but it would have also left a lot of pressure on the young Esme McGregor's shoulders to potentially bowl through and bowl the 50th if it did get there. But as with everything, once she's got the ball in hand, you've got to do the job well. So if you do it in this over, you've got 6 balls at your disposal. We only need 6 wickets.
Absolutely. I said it was an easier game. Sat this side of the rope.
It's so simple up here. I have had the realisation that I've got to somehow sprint my way down a load of daunting-looking stairs to get back down there when this game finishes. But I'm kind of gripped.
Glued. You're going to struggle to find a better seat in the house for this as well. Hancock into bowl. Short ball, and I think that's hit Cranston. So that's going to be a dot to start.
Well, she's only going to take 5 this over then.
It would certainly help. Dot balls will certainly make a difference. I will give you a hint as well. If you do need to, you can go down that door rather than go across the big scary gantry.
This side, but the fire exit down the bottom wasn't open when I came, hence having to do 3/4 of a lap of the pitch.
But when the alarm goes off, when you break your way through the fire exit,
to be fair, you said it live on stream.
Oh, and there's an appeal for LBW. It's not bounced, it's been given. Hancock, the bowling change works. Nicola Hancock, the Australian, gets the wicket. Cranston's got to go for 9. Hancock's got her first. And there's one of your 5. It's really well bowled. The length is right. The line, I think Cranston might have a look back at, feel a little bit hard done by. But the umpire said it was out LBW. And the Stars are 5 down, requiring 6 to win.
I do worry for Paige Schofield because I don't think that's her that's walked out. We're so far away, I've no idea, but it looks like Chloe Hill who's walked out rather than Paige Schofield. So, I forgot there was a camera. I could use that, couldn't I? Yeah, that's Chloe Hill, not Paige Schofield. So I worry for Paige Schofield that she did herself a bit of damage in that fielding innings. I
can't remember who was batting, but it was firstly a really good bit of fielding, either at short cover or short mid-wicket. Again, my memory kind of fails me on this one, but she was slow to kind of get up and I think made her way off at the end of the over. I don't know whether it was like a webbing issue maybe or something along those lines, but certainly had a look at one of her hands after the bit of fielding. Anyway, Chloe Hill, the new batter for the Stars, 6 required. 16 balls left in the innings. Hancock just got the wicket of Cranston for 9, LBW. All of a sudden, it's fallen quiet at Wantage Road. That's down the leg side, and that's really well done by Amara Carr, just to make sure that that's just the leg by added to the tally.
I feel like we need to have a word with the Food Village and see if we can get some fitting music for this finale. It's not quite ramping up the tension as much as we need it to at the moment.
What would your song of choice be if you went down there?
I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this. Don't ask me questions about music.
Slower ball, and that's cut away. That's really well played by Phoebe Franklin. That's going to be 4 as well, in towards the cinch stand. And that, I think, has pretty much done it. It was well bowled by Hancock. It's what she wanted, I think. The slower ball, the wide Yorker. Franklin just gave herself a bit of room and hit that square through the offside. And therefore, the scores are level. And the Stars now just require 1 to win. With Franklin on strike, who's 27 not out. Really handy 27. And there is that single. They're going to take on Jodie Grucock. They've got it. And the Stars have won here at Wantage Road by 5 wickets. 223 for 5, the final score. Handshakes go on in the middle. Phoebe Franklin finishes 28 not out. Chloe Hill not out. That one leg by, the only ball that she faced. The rest of the innings, Bryony Smith, the captain, started well. 34 of 45, 6 fours. An aggressive start, just swung the momentum just a little bit further in the favour of the Stars. Tash Farron made 20 before being bowled by leg spinner Jodie Grucock. Sophia Dunkley and Alice Davidson Richards put together a 100-run partnership. Dunkley falling for 67 in the end off the bowling of Esme McGregor. Alice Davidson Richards, 50 and out, caught behind off the bowling of Maddie Villiers. Phoebe Franklin, as I've just mentioned, 28 not out off 41 balls, 4 fours. Ailish Cranstone, adjudged LBW by Nick Hancock for 9. And all in all, the Stars have come out victorious here at Wantage Road today. They pick up the points. They'll take the spoils. And they'll overtake the Sunrisers in the table. Kopak, none for 26 off 6. Hancock, 1 for 41 off 8.5. Villiers, 2 for 43 off 10. Grucock, 1 for 37 off 10. Esme McGregor, 1 for 19. Joe Gardner, none for 15. Amu Suran Kumar, none for 14. And Grace Scrivens, the captain, none for 20. Thank you so much for joining me across the course of the day. Thank you to Danny as well for joining me in the second innings. My name's been Dan Jadzovic. It's been a pleasure. Have a good rest of your Saturday.